30 sekund. A mi bo kdo dal znak, da lahko začnem? Ker gospoda od zadaj ne vidim. In gospa. Tako. Dobro jutro vsem v hotelu City in na Zoomu. Hello to everybody in Hotel City and on Zoom. Moje ime je Albin Kevc iz platforme SLOGA, ki združuje nevladne organizacije z področja razvojnega sodelovanja, globalnega učenja in humanitarne pomoči, ki danes skupaj z Evropskim združenjem za pomoč in razvoj, CONCORD, prirejamo to današnjo konferenco namenjeno razpravi o sedanjosti in prihodnosti uradne razvojne pomoči oziroma razvojnega sodelovanja v Evropi in državah članicah ter o posledicah, ki jih bo s seboj prenesla v prihodnosti. Jaz bi se najprej seveda vsem našim panelistom že vnaprej zahvalil za pripravljenost, da sodelujejo na današnji konferenci, ki naslavlja to pomembno vsebino, in pa si želim seveda zelo dobre razprave, ki smo jo, kot bom povedal kasneje, razporedili na 3 panele. Ampak še preden nadaljujemo o tem, bi par besed spregovoril o ključnem razlogu, zakaj smo danes tukaj. En je seveda, da Slovenija predseduje Svetu Evropske unije, se pravi, da poskuša biti čim bolj pošten broker dogovarjanja in sprejemanja odločitev na ravni Evropske unije, da seveda je to obdobje izjemno zaznamovala pandemija COVID-19, ki je z drugimi besedami seveda zelo vplivala tudi na obliko, vsebino in načine aplikacije uradne razvojne pomoči Evropske unije in držav članic. In ne nazadnje je tudi to, da seveda je to obdobje, v katerem danes živimo, zelo vplivalo tudi na samo delovanje civilno-družbenih organizacij in nevladnih organizacij, ki se seveda moramo tudi iz tega veliko naučiti in na te razmere seveda tudi prilagoditi. Zdaj, nekako je COVID-19 prikril ali pa pokril razpravo o krčenju prostorov civilne družbe. Namreč, ko govorimo o senčnih poročilih, ki jih civilna družba pripravlja z namenom, da opozori, pokaže, na kak način bi bilo lahko kaj z javnimi politikami, v našem primeru glede politike razvojnega sodelovanja, bolje, je seveda zmožnost civilne družbe omejena z prostorom, v katerem deluje. In tisto, kar je za nas izjemno pomembno, je to, da seveda imamo to priložnost in možnost, da povemo in sporočimo javnim oblastem, ki delujejo na našem področju, kako stvari izvajati bolje. Zdaj, Aid Watch poročilo, ki je ključen razlog, zakaj smo danes tukaj, seveda prinaša sporočilo o tem, kako učinkovita, kako konkretna, kako kakovostna in v kolikšni meri naslavljajoča neenakosti v današnjem svetu je uradna razvojna pomoč Evropske unije in držav članic. Seveda odpira ogromno vprašanj, ki jih bomo naslovili danes na 3 nivojih. Ti 3 nivoji so, da bomo na prvem panelu razpravljali o tem, kaj delamo na ravni EU, v drugem panelu, kako se odzivamo in kako prispevamo v okolju Srednje Evrope, in pa seveda v tretjem panelu vodili razpravo o tem, kaj lahko Republika Slovenija pravzaprav naredi na tem področju, zato da bo izpolnila tisti cilj, ki ga danes še ne izpolnjuje, in to je cilj 0,33 bruto nacionalnega dohodka za uradno razvojno pomoč. Kot sem že povedal, želim vsem skupaj dobro razpravo v luči tega, zakaj pravzaprav to počnemo, kar počnemo, in to je, da kakovostno usmerjamo svoje resurse, za katere vsi vemo, da so omejeni, tako človeški kot finančni, zato da okrepimo globalno solidarnost na planetarni ravni, ker še nikoli do zdaj pravzaprav nismo bili soočeni z toliko krizami naenkrat, ki pa seveda od nas zahtevajo zelo jasen odziv in jasen odgovor, kako in kaj lahko sodelujemo skupaj, ker edini način, kako lahko te krize naslovimo, je, da delujemo skupaj, ne glede na to, ali smo v Evropski uniji, v Afriški uniji, Karibi, Pacifiku ali kjerkoli drugje v svetu. Sedaj bi pa seveda povabil še kolegico iz Evropskega združenja za pomoč in razvoj CONCORD, pridružila se nam bo gospa Silja Krenfeld, ki bo spregovorila nekaj več o sporočilu letošnjega Aid Watch poročila.
Good morning, and thank you, Albin. So my name is Celia Cranfield. On your programs, you have my colleague, our head of policy, Kasia. Unfortunately, she's sick today, so she's asked me to step in. And I would have loved to have been in Slovenia with you, actually. You have a very interesting program today. So as CONCORD, we promote a systemic agenda for change, an agenda in which ODA, official development assistance, is one of the tools to bring results, a positive impact for people and the planet. In that agenda, of course, we work on other issues too. We work on policy coherence for sustainable development, gender equality, fostering regional alliances, with an overarching idea of addressing inequalities. The Aid Watch report is a report that monitors the quantity and the quality of EU and member states' aid annually. We've been doing it for 17 years now, and we've been doing it because it's a strong accountability tool. This year, we aim to modernize it. We wanted to prolong a bit the conversation, not just have the moment of the release of the Aid Watch report, but other conversations along the year on the quantity and quality of aid. So we had 2 Aid Watch policy papers, one on migration in the EU's aid and one on blending in least developed countries. We also wanted to make the report a bit more accessible. So we have a new website with an interactive function. You can dig in and take out your country pages or look at different chapters of the report that way. And then in the content, I won't go into it because our colleague and member Luca is here today to talk about the findings of the report a bit later. But I wanted to say in our advocacy, both at EU and member states level, on budgets, but not only on budgets, the national platforms of CONCORD are a really crucial actor. They're a crucial actor for bringing civil society together and work on the sort of policy and practice of aid across the European Union. As CONCORD, we want to engage with the platforms, strategize with the platforms, advocate with them, and really try as much as possible to be a single stakeholder, at least for the EU institutions as CONCORD. So I'm very happy to be here with you this morning. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the whole morning's debates, but I hope to join you again a bit later today. This is certainly a very timely conference in the context of Slovenia's presidency of the EU. So I wish you really wonderful discussions and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Seko Konde and I will be your moderator today. As it was mentioned, we have a really powerful and interesting day ahead of us. So let us start with the first panel titled Presentation of Aid Watch Shadow Report. And to start with the presentation, I invite Luca de Freya, to present the key findings of 2020 report. Mr. Luca de Freya, the floor, so to speak, is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. And really, I would like to join you all in thanking the organizers, the Slovenia CSO platform, the government of Slovenia, and obviously the European Union. I'm going to share my screen, so give me 1 second to make sure that you see my screen correctly. No, this is not what I want to share with you. Give me a second. Usual problems. Let's try. Okay. Okay, so can you see my presentation? Just give me a nod. So thank you so much again. And it's really a great personal pleasure to be here with you. I'm really humbled to have this space because I've been with the Hate Watch report since the start. For the 17 years that Celia just mentioned. So I went through the report, the different stages of the report and the different stages of the European Union policies on ODA, from the Millennium Development Goals to the SDGs, to the 2030 Agenda. So I do have a clear memory of this 0.7 target and the commitments related to that and how these commitments have evolved and changed over time. So I have just 15 minutes. So my suggestion is that whenever you can find some time to go through the report, that is the best way to get a sense of what is in the report, which is very broad, very comprehensive this year. And I'm going to start from the cover of the report. And this year report is really looking to the novelties coming from 2020 and 2021. My colleagues already mentioned the impacts of COVID-19 virus pandemic, but there are other important elements to be considered when we look at the 2020-2021 developments, including the fundamental fact that we have a new financial framework in Europe. We have a new framework when it comes to development spending. And we ask ourselves a very basic fundamental question, whether or not the new European development system is really about development of the other important influences to be taken into account. Setting the scene is always good to make sure that we place this conversation on numbers, on the volumes and quality within the larger picture. And the larger picture has been mentioned, COVID-19. But COVID-19 is not just a pandemic. We know that the 2030 agenda is at risk, and this is something we cannot forget, we cannot ignore. And when we say it is a risk, it means that through here is possibly a significant chunk of people that will be pushing to poverty, extreme poverty again. There are different estimates. Let's consider at least 140 million people at risk of going back to poverty. And the point we would like to make with the report is that the threats we have to deal with, such as pandemics or climate change, are really making the case for greater development cooperation, for better development cooperation, not for less development cooperation. And as Celia just mentioned, we are fully aware at CONCORD that ODA is just one part of the equation. The development cooperation equation is much larger than ODA, but ODA is a fundamental part of that equation. ODA means good, inexpensive, good quality money, and no one can actually make do without good money in life, and this applies to countries as well. And from CONCORD's Hate Watch perspective, we know that ODA is not just about volumes. ODA must be enough, employed correctly, effectively, and quality focused. So this is a kind of very short scene setting presentation slide. And part of this scene setting is obviously the new financial framework that's going to be applied from 2021. And this is a very basic breakdown just to be fully aware of the importance of the geographical component in the new financial framework that the EU is now implementing. The thematic component, rapid response component, flexibility, all elements are there. We have been discussing, we have been looking into this for the past few years, so there's a lot more to be said, but this is a very short reminder of what we have to work with. The other concerns that today we won't be exploring, that my colleague Celia just briefly mentioned, the role of new financial instruments under this NDICI Global Europe instrument, or the role of migration policies within this NDICI Global Europe instrument. We will have time to further discuss these elements. After the scene setting slides, let's have a reality check of where we stand when it comes to ODA. As I just said, ODA is an important element of the development equation. And I would say they're good news. Let's start with the good news. ODA went up once we take into account the ODA Brexit. And this is remarkable, and we must cherish this development, which implies that ODA can go up. We have been telling that ODA cannot go up because countries don't like that, but this is not true. And there is evidence that ODA volumes can go back up. Some countries did better, some other countries did less well, but it's possible to do better. It's possible to improve ODA and to realize in principle the target of 0.7% by 2030. There are things to be adjusted, as we know. For instance, once we take into consideration the inflation component, which is about 13% this year, we're fully aware that if we should consider real money going to countries, it's going to take up to 2038 to reach a 0.7 target. This is slightly better compared to what happened in the past. So there are some good news to be considered. ODA is possibly one of the most resilient form of financing for development. Let's use it. Let's use ODA in the best way possible. And this is just a nice picture from the report that tells you about these different components. And this is just a graph telling you about this fact about realizing the 0.7% target with real aid really going to countries by 2038. The reality check we carry out with the Watch report is also about how we spend the money. How is equally important. It's not just about the what, it's also about the how. And we know that there is a very comprehensive effectiveness agenda. Pretty soon we're going to have another high-level meeting looking into the effectiveness agenda in 2022. This year, effectiveness review of the European performance is focusing on the new element of that were brought about this year and last year as well. So we focus on the Team Europe initiatives in terms of their effectiveness. Well, we surely understand that Team Europe initiatives were launched really just last year basically in response to the COVID-19 crisis, to build upon the joint program initiatives, other important EU commitments in this area. But as Team Europe initiatives, they are relatively fresh, new initiative. So it was going to take time to better address what these initiatives will generate. It is important to notice that one of the fundamental reasons we have been told about this Team Europe initiatives was to make sure that the role of the European Union in development cooperation in partner countries is well understood, is well noticed. We went through a number of reality checks in terms of focus on results, the ownership of partner countries in developing the Team Europe initiatives, transparency and mutual accountability, and inclusive partnerships. You may notice that for now we have just one red line, which is about the transparency and mutual accountability. This is possibly not unexpected. As we said, this is a relatively new space, relatively new initiative, but definitely we think that we need to do more in that regard. Stakeholders should be properly taken into account. We are told that Team Europe initiatives are based on the regular programming of the European Union. Possibly that is not enough. We went through to the reality check, and we consider other elements, including the equality component. And when it comes to debt, we tend to focus on ODA going to the poorest countries, to the least developed countries. That for now is just 0.10% of the GNI regional level, and it is far less than the agreed targets at global level, 0.15, 0.20%. So here again, when it comes to a reality check of European ODA against the 2030 agenda, against the leaving one behind principle, we have concerns that ODA is not really going to the countries really most in need. Even the case of gender equality that we are considering within this framework of equal ODA, we notice that less than 60% of ODA is coming with the gender equality marker and gender equality as their principal objective. This is just a nice chart that you can find a report table. You can find a report providing you with more details on this ODA going to LDCs. And going through this, I'm just about to finish. Other key facts that we'd like to consider in the report: number of concerns, debt relief, new regulations introduced by OECD debt. We are concerned that they may generate more of inflated aid. So we're going to have less genuine aid, possibly due to this debt relief regulations. Addressing one of the myths that we can hear quite frequently, that CSOs are receiving the bulk of ODA. This is not true. CSOs in general just receiving less than 13% of ODA, and this is even worse when it comes to CSOs in partner countries, less than 2%. And this is a big issue that we know that donors would like to address, such as in the case of the DAC OECD community. And we know that CSOs in partner countries should be really at the forefront of the efforts in the development area. Last but not least, our concerns also about to which extent we are able to put partner countries on their path to development through proper resource mobilization at country level. And for now, there's less than 0.1% of bilateral aid that goes into domestic resource mobilization. And so really, it was a really quick glimpse of what is happening with the report. And there is a broad set of recommendations, more than 20 recommendations. This is just an example. Obviously, we are very much pushing for the European Union member states to stay on the right path to the 0.7% target, to improve on effectiveness, to do better when it comes to Team Europe initiatives. So in short, my suggestion is for you to have a look at the report. This report was a really honest effort to take into account the novelties from the previous years, and honest effort to deal with the challenges coming from the COVID-19 crisis and the other global crises. Europe is a fundamental development actor in the development community, and so we really rely on the EU and member states' leadership on guiding the global community and making sure that the 2030 agenda is achievable. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you, Mr. De Vreya. Now I hope with us is a representative from Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Igor Jukic, General Director of the Directorate for Multilateral and Development Cooperation. Hopefully he's with us. It seems he's not yet. So let me go to the representative of European Commission, Madam Erika Gerritsen. The EU, well, is retaining its position in 2020 at the world's biggest ODA donor bloc, but it could do better. What is happening? How did COVID-19 affect the ODA, and will we meet the 2030 0.7 target?
Thank you. Dobar dan. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here virtually in Slovenia today. Slovenia is actually very close to my heart. I have worked in Slovenia for many years in the past, in far past now, but it's the type of country that really sticks to your heart once you've been there and suddenly lived there. So I'm really happy to be with Slovenia today. So I'm speaking today as acting director for this Directorate General for International Partnership, which is in charge of sustainable finance, economy that works for the people, and it's a directorate that brings together the different aid modalities that we use when implementing ODA, from budget support to guarantees, blending, but also looking at the financing for a sustainable development agenda. And indeed, exactly trying to respond to all the challenges that Mr. De Vrije was just mentioning about how can we ensure that ODA is used for its best use. ODA is a very dear resource. It is indeed a resource that needs to be cherished, in my view, and used to the best in order to leverage the rest, to leverage the other financing, quality financing, in order to reach the SDGs. So from that perspective, the EU obviously remains firmly committed to the objective of the 0.7%. This is a very clear political commitment, and we are also working very closely and monitoring member states on reaching the target. As you know, the reporting is made in such a way that it is member states who report on the ODA figures. So the commitment remains there, and indeed in 2020 figures have been in the end pretty encouraging for the future, and we have, as Team Europe, collectively we remain the world leading donor of official development assistance, with 66.8 billion euros in 2020, which represents 46% of the global ODA, which comes from the EU among the DAC donors. And this represents an actual 15% nominal increase compared to 2019. So that's really something that I think we should really emphasize. And indeed, in this case, in the case of this crisis that we are going through, and unlike previous crises, ODA levels have actually been maintained, and in the case of some member states, actually have significantly increased, and that's also something that we believe is a success of the Team Europe approach, a success of the Team Europe efforts. 17 member states have increased their ODA in nominal terms in 2020 compared to 2019. I think it's really important to pause there, because this has been done in a context where obviously all of our economies in the EU were extremely under very heavy pressure, are still under heavy pressure. It is true that in the EU and in most advanced economies, economic buffers and financial instruments were present for the economies to put in place mechanisms, fiscal tools that would allow these countries to better respond to the crisis. So there was a level of resilience in the economic system that has been mobilized, but it has a very heavy cost, and the debt levels in most advanced economies are also reaching peaks that will remain, that are there to stay as an issue for the future. So just to say, in this overall context, the EU member states have increased ODA. But as has been said indeed in the presentation, ODA alone is not going to allow us to reach the SDGs by 2030 or even beyond. What we really need to look at now is how we can better use the mix of public and private instruments and financial means in order to leverage the financing to meet the huge, massive investment needs to finance the SDGs. According to the OECD, in a report from 2020, the financing gap in developing countries has increased tremendously, and it is reaching now 3.6 trillion of euros. So clearly, ODA is not going to meet this target, and we need to think a little bit beyond the ODA in terms of grant. And this is exactly what we are doing in the Commission and through the NDK instrument, which has been described already in terms of financial breakdown. But the NDK instrument is also putting us on the right track to mobilize private financing and to leverage private financing in order to support the reaching of the SDGs. First, I would like to speak about domestic revenue mobilization. I am a little bit sad, to be honest, to see that this comes as a kind of a negative finding in the report, because I believe that this is an area where we collectively, civil society, Commission, partner countries, have done a lot in trying to boost this topic on our collective agenda. As Commission, we have actually, as you well know, we are committed to the Addis Tax initiative. We have actually, and we are proud to have doubled our DRM support between 2015 and 2020, which was our commitment. And then during the last year, we have been very actively involved, as you very well know, in the drafting of the Declaration 2025 for the Addis Tax initiative. We have co-drafted this together with partner countries and civil society, and co-launched it earlier this year. This actually will become, the Addis Tax initiative will become a non-binding document of the European Union, is now being presented to the Council, and we are really hoping that many member states will join forces around the key objectives that we have agreed upon in this declaration. This also links a lot to the fight against inequalities, which is absolutely at the center of this DRM and Addis Tax initiative agenda. And I really wish that we will continue working so positively on this agenda. I don't think that DRM as such necessitates a lot of ODA in itself. It's mostly a policy topic. It's an area where we need to work on policies, technical assistance, capacity building, and we are looking at doing more in this respect indeed. But beyond public finance, I think it is also critical, as I said, to redirect capital flows towards sustainable activities to support the global green, resilient and just recovery, as well as the twin transition. The Commission is strongly mobilized to find these resources, to access these resources on the international capital markets, to redirect them to the partner countries to reach the SDGs. And that's exactly the spirit of the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, which is the successor to the EFSD that had been put in place originally as a response to the migration crisis of 2015. Now EFSD Plus is using this as an initial experience to really put it at scale, widen the scope of the instrument to all our partner countries, bringing together in this instrument and in the NDK the external what used to be the external lending mandate, so sovereign lending, as well as the private sector lending. So this instrument, we are now working on the final stages of the launch of the new investment programs under the EFSD Plus, and I think it's really good that this tool will also be used in a full Team Europe spirit. That is using the capacity and the financial, the technical capacity, not only of member states' administrations, but also working very, very closely with the European Development Finance institutions, the EIB, the EBRD, the EDFIS network, etc. So I think that here there's a lot of promise behind, and again, to be clear that yes, the objective is to align these instruments and to mobilize this financing for the SDGs in the partner countries, and to align whatever will be financed through or supported or de-risked with the EFSD Plus, to align this to the priorities of our partnership in the country. Which leads me to a final point on debt, which I think is an important one that you also raised in the presentation. And here I think it's really important to note that the Commission is not a creditor itself, right? So we are not ourselves part of debt relief as such, stricto sensu. We have contributed to the international multilateral efforts on debt relief in 2020, with a major contribution to the IMF Catastrophic Response Trust.
Recording in progress.
But we are very actively following the debate on the common framework on debt relief, on the debt sustainability initiative, and beyond that, what we can do. We have been working on debt swaps, which we believe could be one of the options to look at as Team Europe, and we're also looking forward to continuing this discussion with civil society actors when the time comes. But of course, these are very delicate issues now. With the major decision on the SDR, which the $650 billion of SDRs, which will be available for partner countries, where we see that the major need really now is to put in place instruments to on-lend from most advanced economies to least developed countries. And this on-lending discussion is ongoing as we speak in Washington during the annual meetings. This one, I think, is an important one also for the civil society to follow, to really ensure that this flow of funds goes where it was initially designed for, that is, for the least developed countries, which, as I said at the beginning of my intervention, did not have at the initial stages of the crisis this financial and resilience capacity to put in place their own recovery fund the way we have had the kind of luxury to do. So let me close here, and again thanking you for inviting the Commission and DG INPA in this discussion, and looking forward to hearing your views and contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Gerritsen. I'm happy to see that Mr. Igor Jukic is now with us. I understand that he was today's victim of technology, as it happens in such events. So, Mr. Jukic, if you're ready, let's look at the numbers. 0.33% is the aim. Slovenia is at the moment at 0.17. How and what is our country doing to meet the target, and what have been the setbacks in recent years, not only COVID-19, I can imagine?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Konde. I do apologize. My name is not Taja Chehvin, but I'm Igor Jukic, and also because I had to change the device, technical problems for some unexplained reasons, at least to me. But never mind. I'm here. First of all, I would like to thank you for organizing this event. It's always a pleasure to have a exchange of views, especially with the NGOs that we are working closely with the SLOGA platform and CONCORD as well at this occasion. My regards also to my fellow panelists. If I go to the substance, maybe we will just jump into the questions. I have some general overview as a reflection to the report, but I will start with my appreciation for the Aid Watch report, which we examine and study very closely every year, and we appreciate that. We try to incorporate that in our policy making as well, in our planning. As for the ODA, if I skip the rest and go into the first first question by you, dear moderator. So yes, it's 0.17. That's the fact of our ODA. Right, it's right where we stand now, and we rank relatively high among the peers, which means new. Now it's not new, but the newest members of the European Union. 0.17 of gross national income, and we are striving to grow our budget gradually and meaningfully in every budgetary discussion. As you know, that's always a heated debate, and it's a process on a political level. So far, we are confident that we will at least retain this share of the GNI for the next periods, and we will try to increase it. Then challenges, what the challenges are in this regard. Well, the first challenge is definitely budgetary constraints deriving from the COVID situation, because the government had to prioritize the funds to address this global pandemic. But as I said, it's I'm glad to see that at least now it's still in the drafting procedure. I'm glad to see that our ODA will not shrink in the coming periods, but will gradually grow. So I think we will soon overcome this situation with the pandemic and prioritizing funds, and that we will gradually increase our ODA. If I concentrate myself just on your question.
Thank you very much. Now let me invite member of the European Parliament, Dr. Milan Brglez, to the debate. Unfortunately, again, Mr. Brglez, you're here in the position of defending the European Parliament and the politics itself. Now, usually politics sets some agendas, sets some targets, and then it's up to countries. But how does European Parliament follow the objectives of reaching 0.33% in 2030? Is there only a set target, or is there also a process of monitoring the results and the developments?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and also for the invitation. Going firstly to the answering that one, and adding to that also some other observations I have. I would say that it depends from which side within the parliament you're looking at the question. From this more progressive side, no, the process is not proper. More or less setting targets, and we are trying to raise the awareness for that. And of course, not being full legislators with all powers, sharing that role with also member states, it is, always a kind of compromise. Firstly within the parliament, and then with member states. But I would like also to thank the organizers, CONCORD and SLOGA, for inviting me on the panel, which somehow joins together both sides, which are important: policy side of development assistance and implementation side. And I see here the major gap between the policy and implementation, within the policy and implementation nexus. And I hope that the panels today would somehow contribute to future exchange between the two. And it is, for me at least, evident that the 8th Watch report comes in a time whereby additional challenges to global society is faced with. And here I have in mind the current and also possible future pandemic and climate change, which will require necessary adaptations of development policy frameworks. And if I also try to somehow answer where we are going with this official development assistance, I would say that it is obvious that development assistance is here to stay, whereas the pertinent question still remains how to make this assistance really work. And here, I think that is basically, certainly one of the essential elements is to agree on the scope of what the actions are considered to contribute to development. In my experience as former speaker of the Slovenian parliament, I could follow how funds earmarked for development assistance have been spent on measures and activities tackling the migration crisis in Slovenia back in 2015. Here, I believe there should prevail a reasonable distinction in the conceptualization of assistance, the humanitarian one and the development one, which are based on some distinctive premises. Although I'm well aware that in operational terms, there is often a blurred line between these two concepts. It would be interesting to understand more in detail how this humanitarian development nexus has evolved in case of the EU response to the COVID crisis under Team Euro programs, whereby activities range from providing emergency response to humanitarian needs to recovery from the social and economic consequences of the crisis. As member of the European Parliament, I can see the EU institutions are to a considerable extent adapting to the additional and new challenges in the area of development. Here I have in mind especially the European Commission's paradigm shift from development cooperation to partnerships, which at least in a declarative sense puts the relation between donor and receiving countries on a more leveled footing. The concept of international partnership is, of course, a key word that hopefully will show some necessary progress also in operational terms. However, I would like to point out also the importance of, let's say, internal partnerships. In this regard, I would highlight especially the importance of reliable and competent partners like non-governmental organizations, agencies, institutions, and other actors in the member states that can effectively contribute to the realization of the EU's development policies and goals. In my work as MEP, speaking to representatives of different NGOs, I could understand that there might exist an issue of eligibility when it comes to access to Commission funds, especially for smaller NGOs. Therefore, I would propose a reflection on a more inclusive approach to funding in this regard. Furthermore, as member of the Committee of the Environment and in my role as shadow rapporteur on some files relating to the impact of climate change on vulnerable groups in developing countries, it is evident how the Parliament sees the challenge of climate change within the context of development assistance. Here, I would like to highlight especially three elements. First, finance. I have 2 points on that. The Parliament position of granting at least 45% of the funding from the proposed 2021 to 2027 neighborhood development and international cooperation instruments to support climate and environmental objectives. This is first point. The second, it is the necessity for the member states to provide climate finance on top of their official development assistance commitments as required by UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Second point, indigenous peoples. It is necessary to highlight the obligations of states under international law to recognize and protect the rights of indigenous peoples to own, develop, control, and use their communal lands and to participate in the management and conservation of their natural resources. This is first point under that. Therefore, it is appropriate to ensure a rights-based approach is applied to all projects funded through official development assistance in this regard, especially when it comes to ensuring recognition of their right to self-determination and access to land rights as enshrined in human rights treaties. Furthermore, considering the interdependence of climate, economy, and society, and in particular, the direct effects that climate change has on indigenous communities and the existential threat that many of them face, the EU and its member states should promote the creation of decent jobs as part of climate-related official development assistance in order to help increase the resilience of those populations against climate change. And the third point, biodiversity. Last week, during its plenary session, the Parliament adopted a report on the role of development policy in the response to biodiversity loss in developing countries. In its report, it pointed out the fact that the EU external budget for supporting biodiversity policy remains considerably low in comparison with that earmarked for climate change policies. Therefore, the Parliament calls for a significant share of EU official development assistance dedicated to climate action to be directed towards supporting biodiversity conservation that co-benefits in climate mitigation and adaptation. So to conclude with, I believe that the 8th Watch report that is in front of us has managed to identify also some additional important loopholes. I would therefore congratulate the authors for all their important contributions, and I believe that this funding presents a path forward to meet certain essential improvements in order for the donor countries and the EU to succeed in its goal of building a really equitable, resilient, and prosperous society. Thank you, and I look forward for further exchange of views.
Thank you, Mr. Burgles. Now let's look at CSO perspective from partner countries. First with us is Madam Eloma Andela. Let me just present you briefly. She is a researcher for the Cameroonian-based Jeudi du Cotonou civil society platform and works as partnership and monitoring and evaluation lead at the NGO Collective for Food Security and Rural Development. Welcome. Let me start with the question, how are African countries affected by COVID-19 pandemics, and how did it affect the ODA?
Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. Thank you for having us. Thank you to SLOGA and CONCORD for hosting this most timely event. And thank you for your question. I guess the answer will be in my presentation. So without further ado, I'll start with the first slide, which actually asks the question of whether the COVID pandemic strengthened the case for a continent-wide ODA policy in Africa, and we'll see why this question is being posed in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. Right. So this is how the COVID pandemic is affecting Africa. I mean, we are literally at the bottom of the pile when it comes to vaccination levels. We have the US and Canada, who are at the very top. We have Europe, who is on 58% of the vaccination, the population vaccinated. And we have Africa, who is at a mere 7.2%. So that clearly is not enough. And to give you, to put it into context, in low-income countries, 96% of the population remains unvaccinated. And in terms of the world population vaccination level as a whole, less than 50% have received at least one dose. And we know, because not only because the WHO says so, but because we all agree that equitable access to safe and effective vaccine is critical to ending the COVID-19 pandemic, which we all want to see, because clearly it has derailed so many of our economies and it has changed our world radically. Now, in terms of the Africa vaccine production of locally administered doses, that's less than 1%. So Africa produces less than 1% of the vaccine that it administers. Hence the heavy reliance on being shipped those from by high-income countries, but we will talk a little bit more about that in a subsequent slide. Now, the number of COVID vaccine production facilities based in Africa stand at around 12 in countries like Egypt, Algeria, Senegal, Morocco. Now, what we can also say regarding vaccination levels is that most of the 56 countries to have missed the September 2021 target of 10% vaccination for their populations, which was set by the WHO, are in Africa. Now, in terms of the actual title of the presentation, I think what was interesting from our perspective was to see that there are countries in Africa which don't have any ODA policy, and there are countries like Namibia in this case which do. In the case of Namibia, which is in the east of Africa, it has had a policy since 2011, so that's 10 years of having a national ODA policy. But what binds the two countries, as you would expect, is the Africa Union Agenda 2063. And more than that, it's the national implementation of that agenda. And we can see that both countries sit at relatively the same amount of, same percentage rather, of implementation. So they are good. They are good countries to be compared to one another. Now, Cameroon is in West and Central Africa, and as I said, Namibia is in the East. Now, when we look at indicators, country performance on specific Agenda 2063 indicators, we see that modern agriculture, for example, for increased productivity, in Cameroon is at 2%, which was actually the lowest performance of all the indicators. As far as Cameroon was concerned, it was the country's lowest performance was in this particular indicator. And when we look at Namibia, it stands at 0%. So 0%. When we look at United Africa, so that bringing Africa together as Europe, as the EU is, we see that in Cameroon the performance is 34%, and in Namibia, which has an ODA policy, it's 0%. When we take a look at the indicator relating to Africa taking full responsibility for financing her development, which has been in a lot of the talks in recent years, we see that in Cameroon, which does not have an ODA policy, the performance stands at 25%, whereas in Namibia, which does, the performance stands at about 2%. So that's quite worrying. In terms of COVID stats for those particular countries, again, the percentages are very, very low, as you can see. Only 3% of people in Cameroon are fully vaccinated, and only 1.5% of people have received at least one dose. And for Namibia, it's 11% of people fully vaccinated and 7.9 people have received at least one dose. Now, when we go to the ODA stats, we see that in Cameroon, ODA stands at about 3.5% of gross national income, and in Namibia, which has an ODA policy, it stands at about 1.2 gross national income, relatively the same as Serbia. Cameroon is a good example in terms of this statistic because it's about the same average as the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide, please. Now, we've talked about how COVID has affected us all. So really the question is, should Africa's expectation of ODA remain the same in the face of, we've heard before that country contexts are under a lot of pressure. So, we can't, things have changed, that's for sure. We all agree on that. So in Africa, there is clearly a strategic shift in terms of the ODA landscape. So the priorities of Agenda 2063, particularly priorities 1, 6, and 7, which relate to inclusive growth and sustainable development, which relate to people-driven development, and within it, the contribution of women and youth, and which also relate to a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner, really spring to mind in the context in which we are. We know that because Africa remains the only continent in the world where official aid inflows outstrip private capital inflows by a large margin, and no other region in the world has been able to develop with these kind of indicators. We've previously heard about the Addis tax initiative, which we all know now places increased focus on domestic resource mobilization. There is also talk, particularly from development finance institutions like the World Bank, about taxing development assistance. But we've also heard from the CONCORD report that the only indicator in terms of EU performance is the one relating to transparency and accountability, and that is quite worrying. We have new tools which hopefully will help to change that in the name of the IAT, International Aid Transparency Initiative's country development finance data, which may be useful. However, based on current country files, it's not always clear where the money goes. So hopefully there will be improvement in that. So that's regarding the side of the Africa ODA landscape. Now, when we go to the Development Assistance Committee, priorities and emerging trends, again, we see that we're looking at bilateral development projects. We're looking at humanitarian aid. We've just heard that humanitarian and development go hand in hand. So we're looking at in-donor refugee costs, which unfortunately, as the CONCORD report shows, are classed as inflated aid. So they're not really considered as genuine aid. We're looking at multilateral ODA, and then finally net debt relief grants, which is also classed as inflated aid, which again is not typically considered as genuine aid. Now, in terms of the 2020 DAC, Development Assistance Committee stats, we see that the donor national responses were prioritized, as we heard, towards trying to strengthen their own economies and more towards COVID instead of international aid. We've seen a decline of net development assistance of 13 DAC members, by a total of $4.7 billion US. And as I said, it was due to, for example, in the UK, when they cited the economy, we know that some of the reasons included lower cost for refugees within donor countries, and there was a decrease in contributions for multilateral organizations. Now, the ODA to GNI ratio, which a lot of my fellow panelists have talked about.
Recording stopped.
0.7% has only been achieved by only 6 countries in the DAC family, and only 4 of those countries are in Europe, in the EU. Sorry.
Recording in progress.
We know that ODA is facing cuts because the UK has already said as much. So we know that cuts are coming from some of the DAC members. Further cuts are coming. Next slide, please.
Recording stopped.
Right. The thing
recording in progress.
the theme of this conference is QUO VADIS, but I think it would be nice to know, to ask the questions, where have we come from? And you know, the phrase is unde venimus. I mean, we hope to know where we are going, but we need to look at where we've come from. And when we look at agriculture, which under the creditor reporting system, 17 thematic sectors were specifically earmarked, you know, including agrarian reform, agricultural alternative development, and agro-industries. Yet we also know that
Recording stopped.
sector where poverty is most widespread. We've seen a clear deterioration of SDG 2 indicators, so Sustainable Development Goal 2 indicators in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. So we know for a fact that all people don't have access to safe, nutrition, and sufficient food all year round. And those are the latest, this is the latest data from the Sustainable Development Goals Project Progress Chart. I mean, what else can help, really? We need to think about more strategic and holistic ODA sectorial funding for country access in global markets, because ultimately our economies have to compete, as well as, you know, having to I mean, they have to stand on their own 2 feet. In Africa, we see that structural transformation challenges remain in that regard. But we say that ODA should work with and for national economic prosperity while still engaging in poverty reduction. I mean, to give you an indication, a quarter of arable land is in Africa, yet the continent only produces 10% of agricultural input. So we need to improve. We need to adopt a business sense mindset, as favored in countries like Indonesia, which, you know, that are very that have a very strong performance agricultural wise. We know that new financial alternatives need to be considered, and they may even be the way forward. For example, I mean, and more strategic linkages may be the way forward. For example, we recently had the Remittance Community Task Force being launched by the UN International Fund for Agricultural Development as part of concerted efforts to reduce the cost of transfers, money transfers, you know, so that's money sent home by expatriates, which is a significant amount of the money that comes in, that pours into, you know, African countries, because it represents at least 5% of GDP in some countries. So there is a lot of scope to see how it can work better. We've had the first UN Food System Summit in September, which is you know, we welcome the initiative, because we definitely need to talk about how our food systems work and how much better they should be working. Next slide, please. Right, again, mapping the future of agriculture. And again, as I said, the focus on agriculture is because it is the economic sector where poverty is the most widespread. So if we wanted to address poverty, we could not do it without looking at this particular sector. So we need an evidence-based approach. We need to know what the numbers are. We need to know what's happening. We need to have a reality check, as put by my fellow panelists. 90% of the rural poor, mostly small farmers, live in East Asia, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Africa currently hosts over 75% of the world's poor, and that is compared to 10% in 1970. So something has clearly gone wrong. And based on some forecasts, that is even more worrying. This could rise to 90% by 2030. So in effect, by the time we meet again to take stock of Agenda 2030, Africa's poverty could have reached 90%, and that is a lot. That is an astounding amount. We know for a fact that the food crisis in Africa and farmer socioeconomic hardship has been aggravated by the COVID pandemic. And many of the 143 to 163 million people being pushed into poverty in 2021 will be small farmers living on the continent. We must apply a gender lenses approach. We heard before how gender equality is, as an ODA marker, is not strong enough. It's not where we would want it to be. And yet here again we have the numbers doing all the talking. Like small-scale producing households led by women farmers earn 30% less than by men. Women food insecurity levels were 10% more than men in 2020 compared to 6% in 2019. So there is an increase there, as you can see. And yet women account for nearly half of the world's smallholder farmer and produce 70% of Africa's food. So the people who feed us are going hungry. We also know that economic growth from agriculture is 11 times more effective at reducing extreme poverty than any other sector. So it makes business sense. Again, going back to the principle of business sense, we need to invest in agriculture because economic growth from this particular sector is 11 times more effective at reducing poverty, which is the goal that we have in sight. And we also know that if women had the same access to productive resources as men, they would increase the yields of farms by 20 to 30% and reduce hunger by up to 17%. So clearly there's an economic case for making women powerhouses when it comes to agricultural production. So definitely ODA. So next slide, please. Now, the ODA conversation is impossible to have without reference to the private sector, and we will see why in the next slide. First of all, in terms of data on aid spending through private sector instruments, it's still relatively new. So there is, things will change, and we're monitoring things as they go, but it's still relatively new. But we currently have an SDG annual funding gap, which is estimated to be 2.5. Some estimate put it at $3 trillion, and that was before the pandemic. So, probably the pandemic has aggravated this figure. We know that there's an estimated drop of $700 billion in external financing to developing countries. That was the case in 2020. We know, for example, that in the case of Africa, Nigeria, which is the continent's most populous nation, saw the largest decrease in UK bilateral ODA compared to all other recipients, with spend decreasing from £297 million in 2018 to £258 million. And again, just like we talked about reaching, like the EU reaching the 0.7 ODA to GNI ratio, not until 2038. If funding for the SDGs remain at the level that it's at, we will not see any. They will not be realized until 2040. So that will be another 10 years on top of the on top of the deadline that we currently have. We know that the capacity of private sector actors to change that is a given. So to bring us closer to the 2030 deadline, we need private sector actors because their resources are infinitely bigger than those of the public sector. And yet, it's evident that the two should work together. If we look again at the UK remittance, in 2019, UK remittances total around 23 billion, and that was 8 billion more than the UK overseas assistance budget. So more money was sent through private people like you and I to overseas than the UK overseas assistance budget had the capacity to provide. We also know that there's a lot of money in private sector, in the accounts of private sector actors. We're talking here about 379 trillion US dollars, which are held by banks, institutional investors, and asset managers, and that is growing at an average of 5.9%. That has been grown at an average of 5.9% since 2012. We need to capitalize on the decade of action through truly SDG sensitive PSIs and private sector fully committed, and a private sector fully committed to the Kampala principles for effective private sector engagement through development cooperation, supported by other development stakeholders. We also know to capitalize on Africa's own private sector, because it is part of the equation to get the SDG funding we need. The continent already has several of the world's fastest growing economies, like Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. But we also need to look at the informal sector in Africa, which is, huge. That's the only word I can think of to describe how big the sector is. So how do we ensure that the sector does not become the weakest link is also one of the things that we need to look at. Now, there is a unique window of opportunity to leverage blended finance instruments through the United Nations Global Compact Africa Strategy, using the SDGs as framework for action, anchored in meaningful and responsible contributions from the business community. But we're saying that private sector assistance should not be too focused on loans as ODA contributions to Africa, because more debt is not always best for developing countries. If we go back to Namibia, one of the cases, the countries that were in our case studies, Namibia had relatively low debt levels up to 2011. But since 2011, the public debt in Namibia has skyrocketed, and that is quite worrying. And finally, 2011 was the date when it also had, was the year when the country also had its ODA policy. So what is not working? We need to look at what is not working there. Why is it that a country which was doing relatively well in terms of public debt, as soon as it had it obtained an ODA policy, its debt skyrocketed? That is worrying. Next slide, please.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to come to a close in some minutes, please.
Oh, thank you. So here we look at the EU comprehensive strategy with Africa in terms of COVID, and we see that the ODA framework is, there is partial harmonization of the framework. So, for example, we've heard that the EU collective ODA in 2020 shows a decrease. Certainly from this presentation, a decrease of 8.5 billion in nominal terms, and yet somewhere we have the 2019 saw a 5.3 increase of EU ODA collected to Africa. So things are not as harmonized as they could be. We will have the 2020 EU ODA data for Africa in early 2022. So we will be able to have a better picture of what the situation looks like. But if we move to the next slide, please. Which is the final slide, in effect. The EU remains Africa's biggest trading partner. The post-Cotonou framework makes it clear that our ties politically, economically are being renewed. We know that there is a focus on sustainable investment, job creation. So the question remains, will it be trade and business first rather than more and better aid? And as a final thought, the attainment of middle income status by a majority of African countries requires that the successor of the post-Cotonou agreement offers structural support for debt management, trade facilitation measures, and innovative development financing beyond traditional ODA resources, because as we've just mentioned, ODA is only part of the solution, but it is a critical part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mandela, for this eye-opening facts. Let me just mention now that Madam Garretson will have to leave us in a couple of minutes, but she will be replaced by Madam Elise and Mr. van der Velde. So let me go to Madam Tanya Hafner-Ademi. Just a short presentation. She is currently the team leader of EU-funded regional flagship project for civil society support in Western Balkans and Turkey. Madam Ademi, Western Balkans is one of the main focuses of Slovenian presidency to the European Council. Does it show in the ODA? And of course, another question, how did COVID-19 pandemics affect the Western Balkan region?
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And also, should I add, I'm actually native Slovenian. So, dober dan vsem in veliko veselje in zadovoljstvo mi je, čeprav ne morem biti z vami na tej konferenci, da sem del te konference in da dodam v debati. So, as I mentioned, as a native Slovenian, I had to take this opportunity to also speak a couple of words in my native language, which I don't do and get to do very often, but I'm here speaking to you from the offices where I work currently, which is in Skopje, North Macedonia. That's at the other end of the Balkans, so to speak. As you mentioned, I'm at the moment a team leader of a technical assistance and EU-funded project, but I was also a long time activist, so to speak, in civil society. So what I wanted to contribute to debate, and I think this was also why I was asked to be here with you today, is also in a way to try contribute to this debate, both from the perspective of what, let's say, EU is trying to do and support in the region, in this context, also EU member states, in particular now Slovenia, and from the other hand, let's say, a bottom-up perspective, and that is a perspective of, a civil society and in a context of, let's say, an ODA beneficiary countries, which Western Balkans, let's say, are primarily. They might be the future ODA givers, but at the moment they are primarily ODA beneficiaries in all aspects. You asked me for mostly on what is also the situation at the moment, the COVID effects. And I didn't prepare myself to talk about statistics, but more of the current situation and things in the ground. And I don't have, unfortunately, statistics on the COVID vaccinations. They're quite good, I think, if I compare to Africa, not that good in comparison to Western Europe, US and Canada, but nevertheless. But what we can talk about in terms of COVID economic impact and social impact, or impact on civil society and its contribution in goals, 2030 agenda, SDGs, and so forth, equality, climate change, and other sectors, is that it has affected. What we have seen in the recent years, we have seen a decline not so much in the economic and social sphere, but also in terms of the activities of civil society, in terms of the impact it has in so-called civic space and the possibility to operate. It's not only Turkey, we are talking also in other countries in the Western Balkans here, primarily Serbia, and pressures on civil society. And COVID has just basically added that. And if we look into the financing situation, it has really, added another pressure to that. And let me clarify, in terms of, financing EU primarily through IPA, or the so-called instrument for pre-accession, there will be a third generation of it as from 2021. The European Commission just adopted it. Now the implementing rules are being carved out. It's a huge package for support. It's not just development, it's primarily of these countries becoming EU member states. And as EU has been quick to, in a way, to react and to be flexible in using the funds towards, COVID emergency response and recovery, the role of civil society and civil society support has not benefited in this respect that much. And in terms of, let's say, national support, meaning through public funding of the institutions, the countries of the Western Balkan, there has been a reduction to the support because of the economic impact that the state budgets have, and also that civil society does not configure as a priority in the policies as a stakeholder. So therefore, its role in addressing situations. On the other hand, if I speak to, again, now from a civil society perspective, civil society, or let's say actors outside of the state agencies, here also the private sector to some extent, they were able to step up, and in emergency response and COVID, they fill the gap sometimes in the beginning, when institutions, municipalities at the local level and then at state level were not able to jump up and perform. And furthermore, with the continuing of the COVID-19 pandemic, although Balkans is known for its turbulences, continuous, and having to deal with some kind of emergencies after the wars in the 1990s and 20s, in the latest couple of years, it was earthquakes, flooding, so kind of civil society and other actors are used to dealing with some kind of emergency, but this COVID is really, and is still, a sustained pressure. So the COVID, in a nutshell, we can say that COVID-19 has really, just acted as a pressure cooker. It just puts so much more pressure on a situation that's already not developing in a positive direction. If I may just say also a couple of words, and then I would wrap up and be available for any question, since I know we panelists have been speaking a lot, and probably in the public there might be some questions, and also you as a moderator would like to ask. In terms of the aid report, when I listened and I had the opportunity also to see the document, it just kind of echoes what you see in terms of not Slovenia's particulars, but generally EU member states bilateral support, also other donors here, primarily USAID, but you should also know that in our region, I know that's the case as well in other regions, but in other regions you have other donors now coming up in different ways, such as Turkey, Russia, and China, who share different, let's say, set of values, and they use different or quite different tools of how they influence things, and they're becoming let's say, more and more influential. I basically see four kind of reflections in the Aid Watch report in terms of the Western Balkans, and that is in the issue of ownership, and that is still ODA or generally EU assistance, primarily IPA assistance, could do better in terms of linking up to local initiatives. I was quite baffled and taken aback by the statistics that Luca shared on the fact that only, if I marked it correctly, 12.9% of EU ODA is dispersed through civil society. This is not the case here in the region. It's much more, but still, there could be much better hookup through local initiatives, because there's a lot of civil society activity on the equality and gender spectrum. For example, in the EU context, civil society organizations and non-state actors either primarily vehicles of promotion of gender equality through the GAP, the Gender Equality Action Plan of the EU, etc. Also on climate change issues, on poverty issues, still yet there is a big presence of UN agencies also in cooperation with EU, but still civil society organizations, local ones, are the main drivers of change here. So for me, one of the reflections is that there needs to be better, not ownership, but linkage by the ODA donors, EU member states, including Slovenia, I think, to local initiatives and directly supporting those. Then I come to dialogue. Dialogue here, especially also because of the role of our project, the project that I work with, is the bridging or involving, contextually. This is a pre-accession context, meaning that the countries we are talking about are future member states, will be one, although the perspective is moving further in terms of the timing, but still these are future member states. So in that context, our project and what we are trying to do is to provide a platform for dialogue, inclusion of civil society in important EU processes, not yet in ODA development and what it will look like for these countries to be, the ODA givers and being active in that. They're still in the mentality of ODA recipients. But what I'm trying to say, we are facilitating partnership and dialogue between the European Commission, not just delegations, but Brussels institutions and local organizations, in the sense that these organizations, because we're talking about small countries, small communities, small capacities, that they are being able to be the vehicles for the development in their countries, also in terms of EU integration. And in that respect, what we, I think, need to increase here is the partnership level. There is so much possibility and eagerness from civil society to be engaged with institutions, but it's not easy, certainly not with COVID pandemics where face-to-face meetings were not possible. Not on the other hand, there were a couple of moments in the last 2 years, for example, when IPA 3 was being prepared, so the biggest financing in our region, in context of EU support, as a project, we're able to galvanize civil society together with DG NEAR in Brussels and bring over 100 organizations to consult and give their concrete contributions and proposals. How can the management of the assistance, the effectiveness of the assistance be made better now with IPA 3? Then the fourth, or the third and the fourth, I think, element of reflection for me is capacity. There is a need, we always talk about the capacity of civil society, non-state actors as local actors in the ODA recipients to have the capacity. But I think at the moment, working both with the EU Commission and civil society, I also think one of the challenges at the moment is to strengthening the capacity of the European Commission. And by no means I mean to criticize the institutions, but just that dialogue and ownership requires a lot of capacities. If you want to have a lot of grants and support local initiatives, you need somebody to manage that, and that's labor intensive. So I think this is also something we need to kind of watch out and see with European institutions how we can increase that, so that the ODA assistance, the EU assistance, and also bilateral assistance can be better directed to really local initiatives, and then having, let's say, the most benefit in terms of developments. And finally, I think is the coherence. And I think here I'm getting back to the other end of your question that you posed to me, and that is the coherence between the EU support, the support of the EU institutions, primarily here the Commission through IPA assistance, or for civil society, the biggest program is called Civil Society Facility, and the EU member states. And this is also, I think, an area where we can push further, also here in reflection to the case of Slovenia and Slovenia's ODA support. There are also other newer member states who are very much engaged through their ODA, and the countries of the Western Balkans are one of their priority ODA recipients. These are Central European countries such as Slovakia, I think also Czechia, Hungary to some extent, and not just Slovenia. And I think here coherence between what the EU has as its support priorities and the member states, including Slovenia, could make for a better effect, one could say, with less maybe resources, less money, but more quality support. again, I'm saying that vis-a-vis the three other elements that I mentioned, that there we can have better ownership, so more support, more money towards local initiatives, more dialogue, more real engagement, partnership, and in a way increase capacity. When you work together, then there's more capacity available to do that. So this would be just my short intervention. Of course, I'm available for any comments and any questions that anybody might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is a debate, so you are kindly invited to post your questions in the chat region of our Zoom webinar. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. De Vreya has a question.
Yes, if I may. Thank you so much for giving me the floor again. So my question is really something about the deficit arguments that I've been hearing over the call. And it's pretty clear the governments are facing, in Europe, facing hard times in terms of managing national budgets. But I would like to draw your attention that fiscal policies at the moment are much more relaxed than what we had a few years back because of COVID-19. One of the implications of the COVID-19 crisis is that it demonstrated that deficit spending is sometimes needed. So my kind of provocative line of thinking is about the fact that possibly now we should be using these looser terms when it comes to deficit spending to increase ODA to the full speed possible, because of deficit spending that now is more viable than it was in the past. So this is a question mark. So I would like to get your views, whether or not my assumptions are somewhat right. Deficit spending is more viable than it was in the past, and whether or not this may offer opportunities for raising ODA levels right now. And that is my question. I have one comment prompted by comments on CSOs, just reminding all the interested parties that the DAC, OECD DAC, just endorsed in July recommendations on CSOs' involvement in development cooperation policies, and very, very advanced recommendations coming from DAC. So my suggestion is for all stakeholders involved to really look into these DAC recommendations and to implement them as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I can imagine that Igor Jukic would be the one most suitable for answering this question. Is now the right time to increase the ODA in the financial plans?
Thank you. I don't know if I'm the most suitable, but because I'm not politician, but there is certainly a rationale in the statement of colleague Luca, because fiscal policies are relaxed, but then on the other hand, it won't stay like that forever. So it's a more hypothetical thinking from my side. But if let's say if we would raise the ODA in the times of more relaxed fiscal rules, what the government would do in 2 or 3 years, because it won't stay like that. So it's better. Again, I'm saying it's a more hypothetical, but it's maybe it's better to grow gradually and towards the target. But that's just my way of putting it. Then, if you allow me, Seku, just for a few minutes, because there were some very interesting interventions from my colleagues, panelists, regarding the climate and COVID and environment and then gender. I won't take too much time because the time is running low, but there is we have a quite extensive legislative package in place There was an overhaul in the past few years, and gender equality, environment, and climate change are at the core of this package. When it comes to COVID, yes, there are some disadvantages being a small donor, but there are some advantages as well. And as I said, when it comes to COVID, we were very flexible and efficient in our response to the pandemic situation in the world. So actually, in a matter of weeks, we reprogrammed a large majority of our current development assistance projects. So we ensured that at least 20% of the budget went to partner countries in confronting the pandemic, be it through bilateral channels, vaccines, protective gear, donations, then international organizations, and then we have this mechanism COVAX. We contributed financial transfer, but then I think, and that's the guideline of the European Union as well, this COVAX mechanism will be used more and more for sharing the vaccines and less emphasis on bilateral channels. Then on the climate issues, yes, that's in the core of I believe in more or less every country in this world in a global level, because the COP26 is coming up in Glasgow, and in our legislative framework we have quite it's quite highlighted that there is a ban on financial support for development projects that promote use of fossil fuels. And if I link climate and environment sustainability with the Balkans, as we heard from the previous speaker, we have several projects. We have several projects also in the Balkans related directly to this nexus: environment, sustainable, low emission, and climate resilient transition. Then on the gender issue, as I mentioned, the last overhaul of our legislative package. We also strengthen our declarative and practical ways of mainstreaming gender equality, and we have a long-standing tradition in the field. It's also it's a cross-cutting issue and a part of our priority during our presidency of the Council of the EU. And I believe it's right today in Brussels, there is a conference going on, Gender and Water. It's a high-level event we are organizing with UNESCO and Women for Water Partnership. Then I forgot just the last word. Maybe I will skip a few things, but if I go back to development cooperation, to link it to human rights and environmental protection, it's not directly linked to ODA, but it's linked to the climate changes. It's complementary to the COP26. But just a few days ago, last week, we proposed with the four partner countries in Geneva and Human Rights Council, together with Costa Rica, Maldives, Morocco, and Switzerland, resolution on the right to safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. It was adopted almost by consensus with no objections. And I believe that's quite a milestone in this regard, and it's we're going to follow this course, and I believe it's contributing also to the upcoming COP26 climate conference in Glasgow, even though it's not directly related to today's topic, ODA and humanitarian assistance. Maybe I would stop here.
Thank you very much. Of course, also if there's a question here in the public, feel free to ask. Unfortunately, Madam Gerritsen has left. If there's somebody replacing her, we would be grateful for them to join. maybe again a question for you, Mr. Jukic. How does Slovenia monitor or makes sure that its aid reaches the local population? Because now we are talking about statistics. Let's talk about people. What's the monitoring procedure for making sure that ODA works as effectively as it should, in case of Slovenia, of course?
I will try to answer in the most pragmatic way. As we have limited, as a relatively small country, we have a limited access to every corner in the world. So we have ODA and humanitarian assistance, even though humanitarian assistance is a bit different. There were several tools. We have prioritized Western Balkans as our first priority in the ODA. So it's quite easy for us. I mean, it's easier for us to follow and implementation, to assess the implementation and to see what's going on in the ground, because we have a network of presence. We have embassies in all the countries and etc. We have links. We have very good cooperation with the local NGOs, with the local governments, and not just on the governmental level, but on the local level. So the Balkans is a bit different from the rest. But then when it goes to a bit more distant, at least for us, places, but still where we are present, we are working through various channels. We cannot be present as much, for example, in Africa bilaterally as we are in Balkans, even though we are in some places. So we have contributions through international organizations, which mean that's a different approach, and through the NGO and the public foundations. And then we, of course, assess reports. It's not the same as we would be in the ground, but for example, if we would have a embassy in West Africa, it would be easier for us to monitor also our ODA, and I believe that would be a trigger to raise our ODA or any kind of assistance in this area. But as we don't, we have to rely a bit heavy
Se lahko samo določene noter spustim?
With this, welcome to everyone to this second session that it's going to be on the state of play of development financing in the Southeast European region. So for this panel, we will have a marvelous panel of speakers that will provide us with an insight into the current regional and national challenges in the Central and Eastern European member states and EU partner countries related to development financing and ODA implementation. To introduce a little bit this panel and contextualize it and making the transition from the previous one with the launching of the Aid Watch report. To start by saying that official development assistance plays a fundamental role in an increasingly complex development finance landscape, and I think this is not new for anyone. And this is in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic that the United Nations estimated that developing countries are going to need an extra of $2.5 trillion in external finance to cope with the consequences of the crisis, from the health and social protection need to addressing the increasing levels of extreme poverty and the economic recovery, while also staying on track with the sustainable development goals. And this also kind of hand in hand while dealing with the climate crisis and other related crises. In this context, the ODA has a crucial role to play in tackling the impacts of the current crisis and supporting a recovery center on human rights, gender equality, and a just transition. Yet, and this is what we have seen in the numbers for the last years, the ODA levels have been stagnating, with the proportion of ODA actually transferred to developing countries showing even a downward trend, which means that the least developing countries are the ones that are receiving the less when they are the ones with the most needs. And although ODA levels went up in 2020 in its absolute terms, and they show a peak compared to the previous year, the challenge of fulfilling the 50-year-old promise of channeling 0.7% of gross national income to the countries most in need, it still remains. So, for example, in 2020, although the absolute numbers of ODA, which means the total amount of ODA, went up, when we go into the relative figures, the ODA reached an 0.32, which was slightly higher than the previous year, but it's still, and this 0.32 is the combined gross national income of all DAC members. This is less than halfway of this long-standing spending target commitment of towards the 0.7. And this, again, and I want to insist, it's 50 years after this commitment. And same applies to the implementation of the international commitments on the quality of aid. And here I'm speaking about ownership, accountability, transparency, where donors are also lagging behind, and we can see that in the last report of the GPDC that are looking into these aspects. As CSOs, we know ODA has a unique role to play in supporting the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable people in the world, and thus it deserves to be protected. The shifting global narrative around the role of ODA as a catalyzer threatens to undermine its potential to improve the lives of millions of people around the globe and leave no one behind. These changes, though, did not happen in a vacuum, but as a response to a growing global narrative that has been placing the private sector at the heart of the resource mobilization strategies, with ODA farther and farther subordinated to the goal of mobilizing private finance. And this role of subordination, we are going to see it even more with the upcoming pledges at the next COP26 and the commitments around reaching the 100 billion per year on climate finance. Faced to these trends, as CSOs, we have a key role to play in demanding transparency on where is ODA going and whether it's fitting for purpose and the best purpose, on accountability of the development impacts of the initiatives that the ODA is supporting, and insist on the need to align with the local needs. Evidence is also needed to confirm and justify this private sector's first narrative as the key path to finance and achieve the SDGs and combat the climate change. Going forward, it is key that ODA is allocated to its most effective use, and in some of the recommendations that the AidWatch report stress, I would like to stress also some of them here because it's also relevant. EU member states should focus its ODA resources on supporting partner regions and countries to achieve the SDGs, and how they do it is also important. And what EU member states should be encouraging is to use the grants financing rather than loans, and policy coherence for sustainable development and do not harm principles. It's also key to not underpin all other related initiatives, practice and policies with the sole goal to leave, no one behind. Again, as civil society, we have a vital role to play in protecting the quantity and quality of ODA and in ensuring that ODA responds to its core mandate of eradicating poverty and inequalities, ensure access to basic services, and leave no one behind. And with no further delay, I would like to leave the floor to our panel speakers, who will walk us through into how these global and regional trends translate into in the Southern and Eastern European region. And just for our speakers, to inform you that I will be quickly mentioning when you need to start to wrap up, and this will be more or less when you still have a minute before you. And so thanks, and let me introduce our first speakers. He's Daniel Kava. He's the Executive Secretary of the Slovak National Platform for Development Organizations, Umbrella, in Slovakia. And Daniel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nera, and also I'm very happy to be here today with you. I don't know how much time we have for the, let's say, first round of presenting our ideas and remarks, but I don't wanna jump directly into some numbers and data. When I was thinking what to present exactly, then I would probably say that I would like to share with you 6 main remarks or 6 main points on the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemics and the developments as we've been experiencing them throughout 2020 and 2021. As recently, we are about to publish our National AidWatch report, so I'm also glad I'm able to share with you some very fresh infographics. So a question to you, Nera. You think I can share a short presentation? Will it be possible? Okay, good. So let me then open it up. But first of all, I wanna say a few words about the six remarks. What we've been experiencing is kind of a new normal. What we mean when we are saying new normal, there's a discrepancy, a difference between what we do and what we say when it comes to the official development assistance of the Slovak Republic, and this discrepancy is widening. What I mean is that there is a official talk of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of the other representatives, when it comes to how consistent, how predictable the Slovak ODA system is, and also that the solidarity increased and stuff like that. I want to illustrate it, although I don't want to sound very, very negative. On the contrary, but on the previous panel, somebody mentioned that it is good, or I don't know if it was in one way or the other commented, just as a fact that quite a number of EU member states managed to increase their ODA even during the pandemics and the economic and other impacts on the development systems. Well, that's on one side the fact, right? On the other one, if we have a closer look and unpack the numbers, at least when it comes to Slovakia, we're gonna quickly find out that historically Slovakia provided the largest volume of ODA, equaling to 120 million euros. Also, when it comes to the GNI / the percentage stuff, it increased from 0.12 to 0.14%. Now the sad truth is that this was almost completely done, this difference, by debt relief, which equals to 16-17 million euro, and the other so-called inflated aid. So to put it simple, last year Slovakia used a debt relief towards the Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, a very old debt relief that was between the Czechoslovakian Republic, Federal Republic, and the former Yugoslavia. So here we are when we are saying how good we are performing. Second observation, the Slovak ODA, when it comes to geographic and sectors, specialization, or more and more. There's like 36 countries are receiving Slovak ODA, which is on average 300,000 euro per country. And not alone speaking about the tools and financial contributions, etc. So that's my second remark. The third one is, let's say, more zoom out. And when we look at the past 10 years of the Slovak ODA, including the almost 2 years of global pandemics, we're gonna find out that, well, unsurprisingly, right, the world around us, especially humanitarian, but also development cooperation per se, is dynamically changing and evolving. Yet the Slovak system wasn't able to adopt any systemic changes throughout the past 10 years. So it is quite outdated, and we are just losing the track with the OECD DAC recommendations, with the best practices of other donors, etc. The four remarks as a civil society later might turn out to be more, to some extent, invalid. One narrative we used to work from the first year of the pandemics was that this should be, and this is going to be, a wake-up call for the Slovak government to really produce some systemic changes. Some of them, a number of them actually, can be done without a sheer increase, without a large increase of funding. Unfortunately, this narrative turned out to be false. So that's the four remark. We can say we are not able to make any significant reflection on COVID-19. The fifth remark, and that's very interesting, and that's on the, it's funny to say, current crisis in Afghanistan. Slovakia, as a small donor, should pick up very carefully where it wanna focus more. But for some reasons, our foreign policy, including development cooperation, used to ride on the wave of the large donors. So there was quite a lot of declarations and PR and activity when it comes to the developments in Afghanistan in August, September this year, as we all observed. Nonetheless, we don't have an embassy, and we never had in Kabul in Afghanistan, and the real development projects in Afghanistan by Slovakia finished 6 years ago. On the other side, there are other countries we are in. We have a presence on the ground. The embassy, quite a number of projects, like Lebanon, where the situation is staggering and really deteriorating, but you would barely find any staff have a capacity to do something or to contribute to something, better say. Point, we more about civil society. We talk now a lot about the donors, and I'm just finishing with a sixth one. I don't know if you can hear me now. I hope the connection is still good. Perfect. The sixth, and I think we also need as a civil society to make a reflection when it comes to our own standing, our own values, and how we perform or been performing so far. My understanding is that we started to be very, very technical, politically overly correct, and even more in the period of COVID-19 pandemics last year and this year. And we are way more in defense and reactive, but also internally, this is more probably, from outside, but internally, what we see is a pattern of high fragility. We are very fragile, and the capacities are to a large extent depleted and exhausted. We can talk about more detailed stuff, probably not today, not on this panel, when it comes to burnout syndromes and overall exhaustion of capacities, staff-wise, finance-wise, etc., which to my understanding would show up more in the upcoming months and years. And the question is what we can do about it, how we can improve the situation. And this saying also from the position of a national platform, having member organizations to kind of care about. So these were my 6 remarks I wanted to share with you today. My apologies that they were not on the screen, but I'm happy, I'm ready to share afterwards the presentation. I still have 3-4 nice infographics, but probably I can share later with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to move to our next panelist, who is Ines Vaivare. Apologize if I'm not pronouncing well. And she's the director of Latvian National Platform for Development Cooperation, LAPAS, in Latvia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, we had yesterday a Baltic event on development cooperation. So I would like to reflect from all three countries, from Estonia, because the situation is quite diverse, but it was very interesting that we could observe some tendencies. So first, all three countries have reviewed or are going through review of their development cooperation policies. This is something what Daniel said, what is needed most probably in each country. But what was interesting is that each country goes in different direction, maybe even, okay, we speak about the same things, about same words, but how do we deal with that? And if in one country people are not satisfied that they are not at the table, they are not heard, then another country people say we are in the council and we are leading the development cooperation policy in our country. So it can be even different based on real situation in each country. So second thing which is new, it's new institutions. In Estonia, they have established specific center, and in Latvia also an agency is certified. So this means that more operational perspective on these development cooperation financing issues is coming forward, because before it was more strategies and so, but now we feel that there's some interest by the governments to do more active practical work. Also, we can observe geographical expansion. Estonia has first strategy on Africa. Also, Latvian government has said that if we will have increase in ODA, we will expand our geography from Eastern Partnership and Central Asia. So, but of course, the question is it really needed, or it's some kind of trend or push? Because our ODAs are quite small in all three countries if we comparatively look for from European perspective. So it is again a question of something what we do, but maybe it's not really needed. Good news that in Latvia we still managed to secure 50% of open call to NGOs. So on overall situation, it looks quite positive, even though some countries have challenges in the process. But let me tell also some challenges what we indicated yesterday. First is about the role of private sector. We see that in each country, actually, private sector is becoming more and more important partner for the government. But it feels that governments still don't know how to involve private sector. In Latvia, we will have a workshop in November, which is organized together by OECD. But for example, also from Lithuania, entrepreneurs said that actually it's quite uncertain how they can get involved. And the question is, do they really want that? Because when we had also a debate in Latvia with private sector, again, as with this geographical expansion, we got the feeling that it's asked, but maybe they don't want themselves. The next bigger question where we had quite heated debates actually was what do we understand by strategic partners? Because on the one hand, we can see that in countries there are some strong partners, strong NGOs who have big experiences. But the problem is if these organizations all the time receive financing and others cannot get to the financing, then we come back to the situation that we don't have new players in the field. And of course, it has some pros. For example, if it's humanitarian aid issue, or you need really to have some targeted action like now in Afghanistan, then you ask some experienced member. But Still, we did put up the questions that actually transparency and openness is really needed, and in general that we do not support these restricted calls, which become more and more common actually, even at strategic level. Another issue was about NGO diversity, because of course through these years when we are donors, many NGOs have grown and they don't need this in a way small funding they can get from our ministries. So they are participating in some bigger calls, but they would need some co-funding, and it's not the case in all countries. So in a way they play in a field, but they are not recognized as players. And also we talked about smaller NGOs. There was a specific group which said that actually we also ignored these new ones, small ones, who would be able to cooperate at local level. How to solve this? Many ideas came up, of course, but two main. One, we really need mainly to focus on needs of partner countries, because there is some kind of feeling that we go with the flow, but we don't focus on real needs. We create something what is everywhere, what is there, what is somewhere else, but we don't really look on real needs. And another about multi-stakeholder competition, and here came up funny perspectives that we are competitors in cooperation. We should be able to cooperate, but we are competing all the time among each other, among sectors, among organizations. So this multi-stakeholder cooperation is really needed to be pushed, even by some, as it was proposed, some, more legal means. Let's say we only support projects where we have like at least two sectors working together, and this might open also up some new opportunities for NGOs. Finalizing, I would like to mention two challenges at general level in this thinking level. Which actually are in my mind and what I heard also partly yesterday. Development cooperation started to have very strong link with local actions through SDGs. SDGs actually localized our work in a way. Yeah, it made a link, global, local, and it is now quite institutionalized. In at least in our three countries, we all have SDG coalitions, national coalitions, where we have national stakeholders working with SDGs. But two of our countries faced, for example, this crisis at the border with Belarus. And this was a very specific case where actually, again, development NGOs played an important role, and where we needed to work together with organizations who work with, let's say, internal affairs, with diaspora, with security issues. So this means, and also with ministries of interior, with Ministry of Defense. So what we see actually is that one thing, what Daniel said, testing, saying and doing, because there is quite a big, challenge now what we do at these borders, like playing football with refugees, with human beings actually, and what we, in a way, do in our development projects. But it means that actually, I think that development cooperation will become more and more integrated and linked with real national actions. And what does it mean actually is that, at least I can also say that I've been a bad example for that, before we worked in nice silo, we had these nice meetings in our bubble, but now we are facing quite big attacks to NGOs who work in development field, because they are touching these uncomfortable questions, which are very polarized now in Europe and so. So I would say that we will face quite many challenges as organizations, finding new ways. And it's not just a question of numbers and ODAs, it's also a question of position of our organizations. And maybe even, at some point it will change what we understand by ODA. And I would definitely echo what Daniel said about fragility of CSOs, because I also see that here, and it is probably the topic of some different debate, but the situation is quite fragile, I think, everywhere now. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ines. And now I would like to leave the floor with Christian Kovacic. And He is the advocacy officer at the Croatian National Platform for International Citizen Solidarity, CROSSO, in Croatia. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nera. My name is Christian from CROSSO, Croatian National Platform. Some of the things I will say will echo things mentioned already by Ines and Daniel, but I will firstly shortly interpret the trends in Croatia, specifically in the last couple of years. Croatia has only become a ODA donor in 2011, and before that we were actually an ODA recipient. So our targets are not necessarily aligned with the targets of more traditional, older donor countries. So in 2020, Croatian ODA as percentage of GNI actually increased from 0.12 to 0.15%, which is in by itself a little strange when you take into account the circumstances of the pandemic. But most of this aid was through non-financial forms, such as knowledge sharing, technical assistance, medical equipment, vaccines, and so on. I think Daniel mentioned a similar trend in Slovakia already. From Croatian perspective, over 2/3 of our total ODA is through multilateral and interinstitutional ODA. And our government is currently trying to work more on increasing the bilateral ODA and specific bilateral partnerships. But the main issue in Croatian evidence and data collection of ODA is that it is largely inflated through the means of actually being donations to Croatian ethnic minority in other countries. So I will talk about three main issues regarding the Croatian ODA policy. One is inflation of assistance. The second is transparency of assistance and data collection. And the third one is cooperation and funding of NGOs. So the first issue regards the fact that Croatian ODA is actually in a big percentage is misrepresented because Croatia, as some of you may know, has strong political and demographic relations with Bosnia and Herzegovina and some other neighboring countries. And a lot of aid, or what is officially counted as aid or as ODA, is actually aid to Croatian communities, specifically Croatian ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. According to some of our calculations, maybe even a third of total Croatian ODA is misrepresented in this way. The second big issue we have is with the transparency and timeliness of ODA data collection by our government and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We still don't have the official report for 2020, but we have managed through some back channels inside the ministry to collect the data for this year's edition of AidWatch. And our government is usually about 2 to 3 years late in publicly publishing the official reports. We sometimes we have to make approximations, and we don't have in time the correct data, and we are therefore forced to react with a delay to some misrepresentations in ODA. And another interesting trend is that actually ODA to least developed countries is continually decreasing as a percentage of Croatian ODA, although our ministry consistently in its public presentations claims that it is a priority for them. The support for specific themes such as gender equality and sustainable development and policy coherence is also very difficult to pinpoint because of these issues with the data collection and transparency of ODA. And the third main issue is the relationship with civil society. This year, in 2021, for the first time, Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has published a grant for CSOs to implement projects in development aid and in development and humanitarian aid. But these funds were very small. The grant competition process and evaluation was very untransparent. It was impossible to actually receive like a point list, a ranking of the CSOs who applied to this grant. And none of the CSOs who were in any way critical towards the government, including CROSOL as the Croatian national platform, and including all of our member organizations, of which there is more than 30, none of us have received any funding from our official development grant from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And a lot of these projects were granted towards organizations that are either closely linked with the Catholic Church, which in turn provides aid to specifically Croatian minority in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or to other quasi CSOs who are in some way related to the ruling party. So regarding the CSOs in Croatia, in development area, a lot of us, or pretty much all of us, are forced to raise funds for our work outside of the traditional aid channels, and we often have to apply for projects that and for funding sources, programs, and so on that are not necessarily related to development aid or humanitarian aid, but to various other topics, such as Ines mentioned, like sustainable development funding channels, rule of law and human rights funding channels, refugee programs, and similar issues which are not strictly under control of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but are more EU or internationally based. Also, there is a pretty weak and unstructured cooperation with the private sector, and private funding is practically non-existent. I think our institutions are not yet, they have not yet developed any means or methods of cooperating with the private sector. And like I think both of you mentioned earlier, Croatian policy documents in development and humanitarian aid are actually expiring this year. They were in power from 2017 to 2021, and this is the year that we should create a new strategy, new strategic document, and in general new policies for the next 4, 5, 6 years. And so far there are no indications of what the priorities will be by the Croatian government. The process is not very transparent. We don't currently have any information about the status of this upcoming strategy. We don't know, is it in its final stages? Is there even a draft? And what will be the priorities? So we are trying to influence and advocate for implementing a more coherent policy and to strengthen the allocations for civil society, to strengthen priorities such as gender equality, such as sustainable development, education, and so on. But our communication with our institutions is usually very one-sided. They usually respond only when they need some clarifications or where they need some expertise, but they are not willing to provide a two-way channel for communication and to respond to the needs of civil society organizations. So that would be the situation in Croatia in short. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Many thanks, Christian. And now we're going to move to our last but not least speaker, Marusa Babnik. She's the networking and project coordinator and coordinator of Tax Justice at ECBILIP Institute and a founding member of the Slovenian National Platform of NGOs working on international development cooperation, global education, and humanitarian aid as SLOGA's board and in Slovenia. So Marusha, the floor is now with you.
Thank you very much, Nerea. I'm so happy that you could all join us today, and also sorry that we are not hosting you here in Slovenia. I think there was a lot of things told that we can relate to Slovenia now, so I will try to connect to those. But I am very happy to have you as well here, just because the conference is meant for the learning exchange, and this is exactly what we were looking for, what was shared. So to also kind of set the stage for the next panel, which is meant to cover more or less the future of Slovenian ODA, is the numbers that this year's Aid Watch report also brought out for Slovenia. So we are still lagging behind the commitment to spend 0.33% of GNI by 2030. I think this is something that is common to all our countries. We are stagnating at 17% with less than 10 years to go. And even the predictions that were kind of shown by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs do not really foresee that reaching 0.33% by 2030 is possible for Slovenia. I think even today it was confirmed during the previous panel that more or less Slovenia is currently in this situation focusing on retaining the current GNA ratio in the upcoming period. What we are also noticing is the trend that kind of returned again to maybe a more negative direction, is that the ODA in Slovenia is mainly going for multilateral purposes. So multilateral ODA is predominant, and although we saw the trend of this ratio falling, is now currently we have 2/3 of ODA going for multilateral organizations, which is of course drifting away from recommendations that CSO in Slovenia have been advocating for a long time, to have the multilateral less than half of the total ODA. I think this was again today raised when it was mentioned that a big issue here is for Slovenia not having people on the ground in terms of embassies in the countries where, of course, the aid should go. Of course, on the other hand, we have then this smaller bilateral ODA budget, and even in that direction, we see this year that 55% of the bilateral ODA went for imputed student costs and scholarships. And to be quite honest, is more or less on imputed student cost side, since this budget also just has 4% of this going for scholarships. So this, as per the methodology of Aid Watch and of course understanding of the CSOs, is of course not genuine ODA. It's the inflated side of it, just because we don't, at the end of the day, follow whether or not students ever return to their countries to help with the development of their countries in either way. So, and this is actually something that is coming from the tradition from the former Yugoslavia, having quite a heavy bilateral focus on the students coming to the country. And we are noticing that no real lessons learned were here from the area, from the time of Yugoslavia since now, since the same issues are being raised since then related to the student costs. So at the same time, we are seeing, the same issues with the coherence of different policies related then as well to the ODA. And one of the things, I just mentioned back to the student costs is, for example, Slovenia was planning before COVID-19 came to slowly increase the ODA and the bilateral ODA, which would be heavily then relying on the increase of the students coming to Slovenia. So the imputed student costs was planned to increase, I think, per year for the amount of 1 million. So although this was planned, at the same time we are now seeing, of course, the COVID-19 did have some play in it, but unrelatedly, we are seeing policies being adopted, as in having new legislation that makes it more difficult for students, any students, to study in Slovenia, with really high threshold on how much they need to have as a how they present that they are actually able to live in Slovenia for the period of their studies. So in that terms, you know, we are now seeing the issue of, okay, even if you rely on the inflated aid of imputed student costs, how are you going to do this with no students actually coming to Slovenia? Or a lot less students coming to Slovenia. And of course, it's the same as Ines mentioned in Slovenia, is the same that there is an increased interest in involving the private sector in the ODA and international cooperation in general. However, at the same time, we see, first of all, no clear indication how they would be involved in this process, and also the papers or the guidelines that are being currently in the draft are kind of leaving the private sector out of the guidelines. So no straight way of saying what we expect of them in terms of the way of doing business, let's say. And of course, just naming them as actors in ODA. And here we can also relate quite, I think, with the funding for the CSOs. So the actors that we are recognized as for years in Slovenia of ODA or international cooperation, and at the same time we are now facing, I think, similar situation as in other countries today present, and is just cutting funding or decreasing funding for the CSOs in the country, but also, of course, at the same times in the partner countries where the projects are being run. Especially we are seeing cutting in terms of awareness raising, advocacy, and global education within Slovenia, which is one of the things that, of course, has implications on the public support towards the international cooperation programs in Slovenia. So how to explain and show people why this kind of work is needed to be done, this kind of, not work, but cooperation with partner countries is needed. And as we said, at the same time, the bilateral aid is decreasing, which means the aid that is actually being kind of controlled, monitored, or that we can account for the activities within, that we can influence the activities in. So in terms of direct communication with the partner countries, this is decreasing, which in terms as well means that it is harder to demonstrate to the public what is being done. Today, also, I think Ines mentioned the strategic partnerships as a new tool, which in Slovenia this year we had the first time a call for strategic partnership in the humanitarian aid. Of course, here also in the past, there was some issues or challenges raised that we hope that when we evaluate this strategic partnership were addressed in terms of how it's being implemented. The strategic partnership is in turn a response to the capacity intensive management of the calls to the civil society. But then at the same time, as Ines mentioned, is the possible challenge of, even losing smaller players in the humanitarian aid or international cooperation if the strategic partnerships spread to that as well, but also just the lack of new players in the field and the diversity of the players. So we do hope that the current partnership will be addressing this and will be sensitive to what is going on in the humanitarian field. I think this is it for the beginning. So thank you, Nerea.
Thank you, Marusa. And if I'm not wrong, we have around 35 minutes for discussion at least. So the floor is open for questions, comments, etc. I can maybe use, if you can raise your hands, I think I can see if when people is willing to intervene and you can take the floor. Can people take the floor actually, or it's all in written?
I think it's only in the written for online, and then we have some people here in the room as well.
Okay.
So I'll be keeping an eye on them.
Okay. Let me open the chat. Okay. Okay, for now I don't see any question or comment, but I can take the invitation from Daniel to present his slides while she was speaking.
Yes, I can share with you, as I already kind of pre-informed you, no worries, only 3-4 infographics. So let me just open it up now. I'm getting a PowerPoint presentation, so hopefully this will work. Can you see it now?
Yeah, now yes. It's visible. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, these are the 6 remarks I just shared with you. Well, this might be quite self-explanatory, although I might comment on it a bit. This is the value of the genuine bilateral aid of the Slovak Republic for the past year, 2020. What you can get for 16 million of euro. Some things a person can have an idea of what it is worth, the bilateral aid. So running to geographical focus, on the left you see the how European Union used to divide the world, like through development cooperation. On the right, how the Slovak ODA report is drafted. 70% Europe, right? It says also a lot about the focus, or actually almost non-existent focus on least developed countries. and how the ODA is to a large extent politicized. So that's, of course, Eastern Partnership and Western Balkan when we speak about Europe. Africa, that's mostly Kenya, if you are interested in it. This is something we decided to focus on this year more comparing to the previous ones, what the administrative costs really are. And we're just a bit shocked when we found out that they are quite high. So on the very right column, you can see how high the administrative costs are. There we go. You see, actually, the second line is our national agency, Slovak Aid. That's the acronym SUMMERS. So they administered annually 6.6 million euro, and the administrative cost was 15%, which is I think way higher than the DAC OECD recommendations are. Nonetheless, this is only the runner-up. The winner is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, close to 30%, and that's administrative, I need to say. So they do not direct implement the projects, unlike the contractors and NGOs, etc. So that also need to be taken into consideration, which then would probably, by some coefficient, increase the percentage even more. So this is something we want to also focus on in our further advocacy work. But as I promised, I'm going to be very quick. Inflated aid. I already mentioned debt relief to Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. There was a very small also tranche to Somalia. But here you can also see the other inflated aid or types of inflated aid, per se. So you can have a better understanding that out of the total bilateral ODA, which might look great volume-wise, half of it was or is actually inflated aid, and the rest is very, very much fragmented. I already mentioned 36 countries. That's incredible. This one is probably the last infographic, and that's all about the volume and the share. The ratio between the second one is the ratio between bilateral and multilateral ODA. So here you can see the in the timeline how we move on in a way to the current numbers in 2020 from 2013. So that's it. But I think there might be already some questions in the pipeline, so I stopped sharing these infographics, and that's what I wanted to present.
Thank you, Daniel. Is there any question? Otherwise, I will give the floor to Marja.
Well, thank you, Nerea. I would have actually a question for the Inese, and perhaps as well for the others. I don't know where to start. First of all, colleagues, thank you very much for joining us today. And specifically concerning the situation in the Baltics. Ines, I've been talking that actually ODA has been, if I understood it correctly, has been somehow slowly stagnating, if I understood you correctly. But how is the current refugee challenge, specifically in relation to Belarus, influencing the situation in Baltics, specifically having in mind the cooperation of civil society organizations with the Belarus civil society organizations, as well on the other side, actually, how is the private, or how is it influencing actually to the cooperation of the private sector, specifically from the 3 Baltic countries with the Belarus? Because as far as I know, your economist has been somehow linked with the Belarus economy. As well, there has been some quite strong cooperations, at least with some organizations cooperating strongly with the Belarus civil society. As well, quite an important part of ODA from some of the Baltic countries has been going to the Belarus as a recipient country, like in some other countries, actually, like Slovenia, quite an important part is going to the Western Balkans. So what is in that area? Well, how is the current migration challenge actually potentially influencing what is happening, and how are your governments actually reacting to the challenge, actually, if at all? And then perhaps a quick question for the others, specifically for Daniel and Christian. How is actually the private sector involved in your countries in the development cooperation implementation, actually? As far as I know, in Slovakia, your agency has been stimulating the involvement of the private sector a lot. What would you assess, or how would you assess, which are the success factors that are showing that actually it's giving us the fruits after the investments of the past years? And perhaps, Christian, can you comment it as well from the Croatian perspective? Thank you very much in advance, and sorry for that many questions, but I'm sure, well, I hope we will have enough time to answer it.
Thank you. May I ask you to introduce yourself before you leave the micro?
Sorry, Marian Huch from SLOGA, and I'm one of the participants actually being present in the conference room here in Ljubljana. Thank you very much.
Lucky you.
And apologize.
Yes,
the lucky one.
Thank you. Yeah. So there was a hand raised by Marjan, so the floor is yours. And I don't see any other questions, so after maybe I can move to Inese and the others to provide already some answers. Marjan?
Sorry, Marian was just up at the floor, so he raised his question.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry for that. Then I guess the floor is with our panelists. So Inese, maybe you can start, since there were some of the questions straightforward to you. I also know for Daniel, but you can start.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, Marian, I'm happy to see you, even though in distance. Yeah, as to technical ODA, I think we will see the impact when it will be calculated, because it's fresh new. Yeah, these migrants who came, actually this migration flow, it started at the very end of the last year, but it was not so big. But now I think these migrations from these pushed migrations from Iraq might influence more, yeah, because it's bigger numbers, and it also has more impact on our refugee reception and financing for that, because many of those who migrated from Belarus, they actually live on their own. They find some jobs, they live on humanitarian visas, so it's not this like standard refugee process. Some of them, of course, do that. As to this reaction, of course, it has had ups and downs. First, of course, as in all countries, our government reacted with some political statements. We had some financing also for humanitarian reaction. And also we had for some activities which were towards journalists and civil society. And this year, they had also a project call, so NGOs could go with their proposals, how to work with civil society. But the problem is that, for example, all our partners are in jail. Technically, they are in jail or they are closed, so it's not possible. So we have no partnerships. And it's not just because we don't want to do something, but we just don't have people there. Of course, there are people, but they are afraid, and it is very big dilemma, for example, for me, understanding that my cooperation puts them under the attack. And it is the question, should I do that or not? And another thing is that, of course, practically it's not possible because all the accounts are closed. So I wouldn't like to give presents to Lukashenko regime. So we cannot transfer any money there for any activity. So it's not possible, unfortunately. So it is quite bad. And actually, we had a discussion in yesterday's event also on this topic, more on migration. But the thing is that also Lithuania, we all face the same challenge, and most probably also Ukraine. In Ukraine, it might be even harder. So I'm now thinking that maybe we should somehow cooperate with Ukraine on this issue, because many of them migrated to Ukraine, I mean Belarusians. And so situation is quite bad on civil society side. Private sector, yes, it was more about these economic sanctions, and of course the debate was quite heated because people, this old usual arguments that people still have jobs and we shouldn't get political, and so some of sanctions were introduced, but of course some not, and towards some people, and it again raised debates why these people are not in the list. Because we know that they do that and that, so it might lead to some maybe further research and some maybe some scandals also. We don't know. Just to sum up, what we always can learn from some kind of experience, and what we can learn is actually, I would like to point out very few things. One was I understood that actually Belarusians know themselves how to deal with the situation best. I participated in many events, and so, of course, yes, they need some support, moral support, maybe some financing to cover, I don't know, costs of lawyers or whatever, but they know themselves, and they don't want some external help. And actually, they even are refusing it, and it is something what we have been discussing, I think, on this development agenda a lot. Another thing is that this was mirroring actually many our national problems, like very bad migration policies, and the same situation is in Lithuania because of this big banking control, which we fight for in Eurodat, right? In a way, actually, it means that refugees cannot open accounts, because the restrictions for banks are so hard that they cannot open accounts, and then they cannot get a job. It's so simple. So many problems came up where we also need to discuss. And the last one was that actually we understood that it's very important that we work with diasporas in our countries. Because they are very good link, and we actually should empower more Belarusian diaspora here to work with their country, not to go like, savers or whatever, or helpers. So this is, I think, a practical example how actually these all debates that we have had for ages, but reflect the realities that they are true. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ines. Daniel, do you want to go next?
Thank you, Marianne, for your question. I always admire how diplomatically you can pose your questions. The current state of development is briefly that we are not yet there. I mean, as you ask about if the shifts in the development cooperation yield already, right, any results. So it's too early to say. It's not the case. The fact is that there are only two main drivers of the Slovak ODA. One being migration, the other is economic diplomacy. That's what you just meant. but there are some development that are not very positive for the civil society. First, structural wise, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department for Development Cooperation was put under the new section that now oversees economic diplomacy primarily, with 2-3 large departments, and the Department of Development Cooperation was moved under this new section, which might mean further conflict of interests and less focus on development cooperation per se. That's the first point. Second, and these are just fresh developments, meaning the structural changes happen over the summertime this year. Second, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just recently, 2 weeks ago or a week ago, came up with, they call it a flagship. They organize a export forum for entrepreneurs and businesses. And there were also panels on how to harness business in development cooperation. The narrative, unfortunately, is still the same: how to help the businesses to do the business, not vice versa, how to leverage more funding for development cooperation through business cooperation. So there are several tools. There's Export-Import Bank. They haven't at any project, in my understanding so far, started. And there are other tools how to harness business sector besides the national agency. And yep, so that's when addressing your question very briefly. It is something that, of course, is threatening the budget. And very fresh from last week, a news is that the microgrants provided by Slovak embassies around the world are now to be channeled more through the Slovak businesses, so that they would provide some stuff from Slovakia. They would buy, contract some commodities, services. So this is the development, current development. Maybe to add, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still lacking any strategy, any concept, whatever length, one-page strategy on how to include business in development cooperation. And we are not aware of any baseline data, not alone a goals or indicators they would really want to achieve in the upcoming year, for instance. So it is very, it's not very systemic, and it doesn't go in the direction we would like to see as a civil society.
Thank you, Daniel. Christian, do you want to go next?
Yes, I will be very brief, unfortunately. The situation in Croatia is pretty much the same as in Slovakia. I have just checked the official data for private sector funding from the latest Croatian government's report on implementation of ODA. There is not a single project listed that is actually based on the private sector funding. So everything is controlled by the state, and also our government does not have a policy nor any indicators nor any strategy on how to include the private sector more. We do have some of these big businesses that invest in some countries that are partner countries, but this is not part of a policy. This is just businesses having investments somewhere. So we don't really have a policy regarding the private sector yet. Hopefully we will develop it someday.
I imagine, considering the context. Marusa, would you like also to add to this discussion?
Well, I think it's quite similar in Slovenia. Like I mentioned before, that we don't really have the guidelines how to or what actually means including the private sector in the international cooperation in Slovenia. So lacking any strategy on that. But it is quite interesting to hear, yes, how much it is now being connected to the economic diplomacy in Slovakia, as I think here are some similar trends, maybe.
Thank you. Ines, you raise your hand?
Yes, I just wanted to add on that I forgot to say a very nice saying what came up yesterday, that this bilateral aid is actually used for ad hoc needs of MFA. And this is a feeling that we have also that actually it's not strategically planned, but these are projects that look nice and which are in this economic diplomacy perspective. So I think it's probably it's used as diplomatic tool rather than actually real aid. Just an idea.
Thank you. So I'm going back to our participants. Any comment, any question, or maybe an experience that you would like to share, adding to what is being shared by our panelists about your own context? I don't see. I take silence like no further comments. Okay. Anything our panelists would like to share? Otherwise, what I can do is a quick wrap up to which our panelists can also react and complement rather than, well, you can also react actually. But it's difficult because there was a lot of things that came out of the discussion. So I'm going to do my best with the wrap up. And then, since we have still a bit of time, our panelists and colleagues, participants can also complement. But what I'm hearing is that I really like, Daniel, your starting point between the difference between what we do and what we say, with very much also link to how I was introducing also the session, the gap between the commitments and the implementation, and whether being on the quantity of aid or the quality of aid, and also it has a lot to say also on the direction that development cooperation it's taking, and how the aid budget it's being used. So that's a very important point to start with, and stressing this gap between the commitments and the practice. And then what I'm hearing from the different presentations, that as a civil society there are two trends in the region that are to be tracked. And one of them is what is happening with migration and related costs, and how they are being reported, and there what it's legitimate to be reported and what shouldn't be reported at all. And there we have heard a lot about the scholarships. The scholarships and the student cost, but also about activities at the borders that are in the edge on whether there should be development cooperation or not. We have also heard a lot about the role of the private sector, the lack of a strategy, the fact that also the fact that the guidelines and principles are not applying to this actor. In the meantime, we are seeing more and more an increasing role for the private sector. And here I'm also thinking with the economic interest of the donor country, and there I'm also connecting with their agenda for Eurodat, that it's tied aid, And there also a question that came out is, are these some of these operations development or cooperation oriented? Are they really looking into leaving no one behind? And there, while I was listening to these reflections, I was thinking that for us as civil society in this context that is pushing so much the role of the private sector in development cooperation, we have a key role to play in providing evidence because about whether this is the right actor to operate with these budgets, because this evidence is not coming from the institutions, is not coming from the donor community. So it might be for us to develop more and more this kind of evidence that we are demanding, and it's not still yet. Another issue that came out also was on the shrinking space for civil society, and I think that came out for most of the presentations on in some cases where with the government really picking in which moments they reach out to civil society with a very interested agenda, and then for the rest not really, all the governments really just reaching out to ex-CSOs and not the rest. And also there were also issues with funding and access to funding in certain contexts, also very much related to whether CSOs align or not with the government, and then the need for those CSOs to reach out of the country, and then the issue of CSO fragility that I want to connect, but it's not just about funding, but then funding has a repercussion on how many people can be in one organization to do so much work. And there were also issues, and then there was mentioned issues of burnout, that it's also something to take into consideration going forward, how to build more sustainability and wellness for our CSOs. Gonna leave it here since we have few minutes and our dear panelists can compliment me. So who wants to go next first? Just unmute yourselves. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I was when listening to you, just two things came to my mind. First, it would be when you mentioned the dialogue. So that's our experience. The current government started 1.5 years ago, and since then we realized we have access. We have still quite a good access to information, to meetings, even with the, let's say, higher rank officials. Communication still quite, let's say, intense or frequent. But one thing is this is what I mentioned on one side. The other one is a real influence. And then I would say what we are definitely missing could be somewhere in between, and that's really a structured dialogue. What I mean by it is that you might be surprised, but there's no plan, let's say annual plan, that would break down into some milestones and measurable units what we together as a civil society with the ministry want. There's a humanitarian strategy in the pipeline, but please, you need to understand that when talking about the pipeline, I mean a very, very long pipeline, which might extend to whatever, but definitely it takes 6 years, right? That's what I'm trying to explain. So it is very sketchy, and it is, I would say, bad managed at the end of the day. So a structured dialogue, definitely. And second thing is, and they just reaching out to the other participants, what I heard. That's great if we can also share more together, because also in Slovakia, there is a midterm review of the 5-year Slovak development cooperation strategy, just happening right now. Next Wednesday, by the way, we got a validation workshop with the evaluators and with all the stakeholders, and it should be all done by the end of October. So definitely, at least the executive summary in English, etc., we would be more than happy to share with you. And there might be some other developments you might be interested in. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Ines? And maybe just 1 second, maybe let's take also this as the last minute intervention for all our panelists, because we are reaching the time. Thank you. Ines, the floor is yours.
Yes, that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted to say that I want to finish actually on positive note, because yesterday I heard a lot of very good examples, like Estonian platform being in the Council of New Development Cooperation Center. We have now implemented this, we have already this new strategy, and we have a 3-year plan. So I think there are a lot of positive trends. Of course, we always can find where to get improved, but maybe this international sharing can also inspire us and showcase to our governments, look what others have done, why not we? And I was just before this event in a youth event where I was telling about SDGs. And then they said, oh, we finally wanted to hear this real connection of global and local, because, in our world, we think, okay, we all the time talk about the same things. And so, but if we go out of our bubble and we can see that actually our experience and our knowledge is really needed at the national level and also in other sectors, because also private sector, okay, we can criticize it, but they are also learning and they are improving. So they need our knowledge. So maybe it is not just, sticking with the same things that we have used to do or think, but maybe changing also ourselves and going together with new developments. So thanks.
Thank you, Ines. Christian?
Yes, I would like to, I agree with Ines, and I think maybe in the future on events like these, maybe it would be a good idea. I don't know if they were invited to this panel or to this conference, but to invite actually representatives from the member states, from the governments, from the MFAs, so they can see that this dialogue is constructive, that they can learn something, because we are, we communicate to them all the time you should do this, you should do that, and then they pretty much ignore us, but they don't realize that this is a normal practice in decision making, in policy making, and in policy implementation. Daniel mentioned a few minutes ago that they have a review process. I think it would be very good for the Croatian MFA to hear that there is such a thing as policy review process, because they don't have the methodology, they don't have the experience or the awareness that they should be even doing any of these things.
Sorry, I'm muted this time. Thank you, Christian. Marusha, your last words, but not the least.
Thank you. I think, we already heard a lot in the wrap-ups. Definitely, this is a conference that was meant to bring all the actors together, and at least from Slovenia, I know that representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are here. So I do hope that this is a learning opportunity as well for them, but just the exchange of ideas, which I hope will follow up in the next panel. You are more than welcome to join us also for that. Translations are available. I think we heard that a structured dialogue is, apart from just talking to each other, which we are doing, is quite necessary, so that we can plan, that we know when to react or when we will be expected to react. And again, we go back to what Daniel mentioned, and that we notice a lot, especially in the CSO community now, to prevent burnouts, for just trying to react to everything that kind of pops up with a really short deadline to react if possible. And of course, like Christian mentioned, it's good to know that you were heard, not just that they listened, but that you were heard. So feedback and getting to know why something didn't go across is also quite welcome as well from our side. So I do hope that this conference is one of those moments that we will get there. Thank you.
It's definitely a space to get there. Many thanks. I think it's lunchtime now. I believe people have an hour. Yes? And okay, so yeah. So you have 45 minutes for lunch, and the conference resume at 2. Many thanks, everyone. Thanks for the very fruitful conversation and reflections, and looking forward to continue working together to make things better. And thanks for the positive note, Ines. Much appreciated. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for moderation.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bom povedala. Daj, povejte, ko začnem, pa je to. Super. Lep pozdrav, dobrodošli na panelu o načrtovanju Republike Slovenije za doseganje 0,33% BNP za uradno razvojno pomoč. Naj na začetku omenim, da bo panel potekal v slovenskem jeziku. Vsi, ki ste z nami na Zoomu, pa lahko kliknete tudi za simultano prevajanje v angleški jezik. Naj najprej pozdravim vse naše goste. In sicer z nami je dr. Robert Kokal, vodja sektorja za razvojno sodelovanje in humanitarno pomoč na Ministrstvu za zunanje zadeve Republike Slovenije. Z nami je tudi profesorica dr. Maja Bučar z Fakultete za družbene vede, Peter Tomažič iz Slovenske Karitas, preko Zooma pa se nam oglašata Tadej Baškovič, direktor CMSR-ja in pa Max Zimani z Instituta Global. Dobrodošli vsi skupaj. Jaz predlagam, da kar začnemo zelo konkretno, vmes bomo seveda odprli prostor tudi za vaša vprašanja in jaz bi kar začela. Dr. Kokal, na kakšen način bi lahko čim bolj sledili zavezi 0,33% in kaj po vašem mnenju pomembno, da v bistvu to zavezo dosežemo in kateri akterji so tisti ključni, ki jih potrebujemo, da bo ta zaveza sploh mogoča do leta 2030?
Lepa hvala in prav lep dober dan, pozdravljeni, cenjena gospa moderatorka, gospa profesor, gospod generalni tajnik. Veseli me, da imamo danes možnost tega dialoga o aktualnem stanju, dejavnostih in perspektivah našega razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči. Vezano na vaše vprašanje mi dovolite, da najprej poudarim, da Slovenija z 0,17 BND pravzaprav primerljivo gledano, vsej v krogu primerljivih držav, tako imenovane EU 13-terice, vendarle dosega neko solidno mesto, tradicionalno je vsaj v tej skupini uvrščeno na 3. mesto in vsaj sam mislim ali pa na ministrstvu mislimo, da to predstavlja solidno osnovo za naša nadaljnja prizadevanja. Nenazadnje Slovenija tudi vztrajno povečuje delež BND, ki ga namenja za ODO in to uspešnejše kot vsaj nekatere nam primerljive države. Skratka, gotovo ne bom povedal nič novega, če ugotovim, da je za doseganje prizadevanj glede povišanja deleža BND za uradno razvojno pomoč ključno doseganje širšega družbenega konsenza. Ko gre za naše dejavnosti, ko gre za naše ministrstvo, pa lahko povem, da si v aktualnih razmerah prizadevamo, da bi čim učinkoviteje delovali tako na nacionalni, bilateralni kot na multilateralni ravni. Krepimo partnerstva in tudi ob zmerni rasti obsega sredstev skušamo v sodelovanju z izvajalci, tako z izvedbenimi ustanovami kot nevladnimi organizacijami doseči kar se da optimalne učinke. Naj povem še morda v tem uvodu, da aktualne razmere, ki opozarjajo na pomen globalne solidarnosti, izkoriščamo dejansko tudi za hiter, celo zelo hiter odziv na aktualne potrebe partnerskih držav in to z številnimi donacijami, tako cepiv kot zaščitnih sredstev, kot tudi nenazadnje s finančnim prispevkom v mehanizem COVAX za prehodne tržne navezave, ki je namenjen financiranju cepiv za države v razvoju. Tu smo za leto 2021 in 2022 namenili $500 000. Ko govorimo o perspektivah, in to ste ugotovili tudi že na jutranjih panelih, pa najbrž trenutne okoliščine, ki so opredeljene z javnofinančnimi izdatki povezanimi z nacionalnim odzivom na pandemijo, verjetno niso v prid odločanju vsaj za znatno povečevanje sredstev za uradno razvojno pomoč. Hvala lepa.
Hvala. Morda najprej povabim k besedi še gospoda Tadeja Baškoviča. Kje vidite v bistvu vlogo nevladnega sektorja, podjetij in vseh ostalih akterjev na področju mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja? Kako bi lahko drugi akterji pripomogli k doseganju zaveze, ki jo imamo?
Skupaj, kot rečeno, prihajam iz Centra za mednarodno sodelovanje in razvoj. Na tem mestu bi, ne glede na vprašanje, želel poudariti, kakšna je vloga samega Centra za mednarodno razvoj oziroma kje jo mi vidimo v samem procesu v bistvu mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja. Torej, kot je znano, naš center izvaja del bilateralnega mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja Republike Slovenije. Slovenija na ta način preko našega centra na podlagi sklenjenih pogodb o sofinanciranju programa za izvajanje MRS med centrom in različnimi ministrstvi subvencionira infrastrukturne in pa tudi druge razvojne projekte v partnerskih državah. In seveda na ta način, tudi preko centra, kot razvita država donatorka, izpolnjuje svoje dane mednarodne zaveze in pa seveda posledično s tem Slovenija pridobiva tudi mednarodni ugled in pa zunanje politični kapital. Torej, z delovanjem in samo vlogo Centra za mednarodno sodelovanje in razvoj, ki jo vidimo oziroma je izvajalska inštitucija, je na ta način vzpostavljen ustrezen sistem, ki omogoča, da Slovenija pomaga partnerskim državam pri financiranju razvojnih projektov, neposredno prispeva k trajnostnemu napredku držav in sledi seveda mednarodnim zavezam. Tu bi želel povedati, da ravno v tem mi in tudi jaz vidimo poglavitno vlogo in pa v bodoče tudi krepitev te vloge CMSR-ja v prihodnje, ker menim, da lahko CMSR s svojimi izkušnjami postane ena izmed ključnih izvajalskih inštitucij na področju izvajanja dela mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in s tem tudi na nek način prispeva k doseganju izpolnjevanja te zaveze o namenjanju v bodoče, oziroma do leta 2030 0,33% BND za mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje. Seveda je pa tu potrebno zagotoviti tudi ustrezno višino sredstev strani Republike Slovenije kot donatorice, da je to možno potem izvesti. Toliko bi jaz v tem trenutku želel povedati, no, se pravi bolj v navezavi v videnju vloge CMSR-ja v teh postopkih.
Prav. Najlepša hvala. Ampak vseeno, mogoče Max Zimani, gospod Zimani iz Zavoda Institut Global, dajte mi povedati, kje vi vidite vlogo nevladnih organizacij pri dejanskem uresničevanju zaveze 0,33. Vemo, da pravzaprav globalni trendi niso najbolj naklonjeni rasti razvojne pomoči, sredstev namenjenih za razvojno pomoč, in me zanima, kje vidite, da bi se lahko to sodelovanje ukrepilo, kakšna je vloga nevladnega sektorja.
Hvala, dr. Ajbater. Jaz bi pa hvala ostalim slogo za organizacijo. Če dovolite, bi v angleščini danes predstavil, zato ker mi je potem nekako lažje, pa tudi vam bo jasno, o čem govorim.
Absolutno.
Thank you so much. So I think that the whole issue about ODA is a political issue. Slovenia is now at 0.14% in terms of genuine aid, genuine ODA, not because there is really lack of funding, but because of priorities that are political in nature. It is precisely because of this that I think the CSOs, especially CSOs like my own that are actually diaspora-led organizations, can play a part. Politics has a lot to do with the views of people. So organizations like ours and all other CSOs do play a critical role in terms of raising awareness on the importance of ODA. This is done through global education, mainly. That is why, almost as a matter of principle, my organization is not directly working on projects or implementing projects in Africa, but we're actually contributing through global education activities in Slovenia. We believe that it is important for people to understand the interrelationships between what happens in Slovenia and what happens in other countries, and vice versa. You know, I'm talking about African countries, for instance. There for sure is a relationship between migration and ODA policies. There is a relationship between the EU's fishing policies and poverty in certain parts of Africa, as examples, right? So that's one thing for sure. As an NGO, we do play this part by informing people, educating people about the importance of ODA. It should not be just a political declaration. It's actually an international obligation that is there for a reason. There are also other things. By our very nature, CSOs actually play the role of surveillance of state and other government actions. We do hold governments and also companies to account and to also help make sure that no one is left behind. But at this point, let me say that this is why it is really crucial that NGOs are actually independent, because we cannot play this part, which I believe is actually in everybody's interest, if we are not independent actors. Unfortunately, right now we have noticed, and this was already said in panels before, that there is a bit of a shrinking space, civic space, in many countries. And this is not helpful in terms of us as CSOs playing our role. One more thing I would say is that we also do play a part in defending the rights of marginalized groups, whether they be here or in other parts of the world.
CSOs, if you look at the example of Slovenia, there are over 27,000 actually NGOs. More than 90% of them don't even have employees. So they're really very small and probably very targeted. These are people who are mainly volunteers who have really, a strong commitment to seeing specific problems being resolved. And most importantly, they're really on the ground. They know what is happening. So their involvement is crucial to make sure that actually the ODA reaches the people where it's supposed to reach. They are actually critical contributors to the 2030 agenda. So I will leave it here for the time being.
Thank you. Hvala, gospod Zimani. Torej, slišali smo, kako pomembno vidi Zavod Globar oziroma gospod Zimani vlogo nevladnega sektorja, predvsem z vidika ozaveščanja javnosti, promocije pomembnosti, zakaj mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje potrebujemo. Gospod Tomažič, nekaj dni nazaj sva govorila prav o tem in vaše mnenje je bilo, da se v Caritasu pravzaprav zavezujete k temu, da bi bila razvojna pomoč čim bolj oprijemljiva in mora imeti politično podporo, predvsem pa mora biti učinkovita tam, kamor jo dajemo. Kaj lahko po vašem mnenju prispeva Caritas oziroma seveda s tem povezano tudi nevladni sektor?
Ja, lep pozdrav vsem tukaj za to mizo in seveda vsem ostalim prisotnim. Zdaj tako, mogoče samo tisto prvo vprašanje, kako bi lahko zavezo uresničili. Z vidika nevladnih organizacij je zelo enostavno sprejela akcijski načrt, pa vsakoletno rast namenili projektom nevladnih organizacij. Seveda, to je tako, bom rekel, zdaj mečkano v hecu rečen, mečkan pa tudi zares. Tako, jaz mislim, da z vidika našega dela, kjer nekako od leta praktično od 90-ih let nekako delamo na tem področju, predvsem v začetku na Balkanu, potem kasneje od leta 2006 pa intenzivno v Afriki, smo se v tem času nekaj stvari naučili, pa se jih še sprot učimo. Najprej to, seveda, da kar delamo tam nekje, mora biti odziv na potrebe tistih tam nekje. In da je naša misel, kako bi bilo prav rešiti stvari, velikrat napačna. Da je treba najprej vprašati, kaj ljudje potrebujejo in potem to narediti. Drugo, kar smo se v tem času naučili, če teh ljudi, ki jim pomagamo, ne vključimo v realizacijo tega nikoli ne posvojijo in to ni njihovo. In potem tudi ne znajo imeti odnosa do tega. Tako kot v družini otroci ali pa pri nas v kakršnem koli projektu, pač treba je ponotraniti, posvojiti to, kar počneš tudi. Zdaj, z vidika razvojne pomoči je pa mogoče vedno pomembno poudarjati to, da to, kar se dogaja danes na katerem koli koncu sveta, v majhnem kotičku, tako drugače vpliva na konc v neki sinergiji na vse nas. In problemi, ki se nekje rojevajo, se v veliki meri potem tudi v Evropi kanalizirajo in jih lahko vidimo. Ali v obliki migrantov, ali v obliki česa drugega. Tako da ta povezanost svetovna je res velika. In na to misel ljudje tudi slišijo in prisluhnejo. Druga misel, na katero vsi prisluhnemo, je to, če imamo v vasi nekoga, ki mu gre slabo ali pa je v težavah, se ponovadi organiziramo in mu pomagamo. In se imamo vsi boljš na tem lokalnem nivoju. Svet je pa zdaj postal tudi en velik lokalni nivo. Če nekje stvari niso v redu in če pomagamo, vsi boljš živimo. Ne zgubimo na ta račun, da smo nekomu pomagali, ampak pridobimo. Pri nas na Caritas v sklopu naše pomoči nekako organsko raste delež te razvojne pomoči. Od nekih začetkov par procentov celotne realizacije pomoči do danes, ko približno do 10% pomoči, ki jo realiziramo, gre zdaj za razvojno pomoč in občasno tudi, seveda tudi večji zneski za humanitarno, ostalo gre pa za pomoč v Sloveniji. Ves čas komuniciramo to, da je še zmerom naša glavnina pomoči je seveda namenjena Sloveniji in to približno 6 milijonov evrov na letni ravni, medtem ko pa razvojna in humanitarna se pa velikrat približa 1 milijonu ali pa tudi več. ampak stalno rabimo nekako komunicirati z javnostjo, da je oboje potrebno, da so povsod stiske, mogoče v Afriki veliko bolj primarne od teh naših, te naše pa mogoče na drugi ravni izključenosti, zavrženosti, nekje na robu, in pa seveda tudi v nekem smislu materialne. Tako da se mi zdi pomembno, da to raste organsko, da nekaj na silo ne delamo, ker tudi v javnosti povzročimo ravno napačen odziv. Seveda pa ta zaveza, ki je bila postavljena v akcijskem načrtu, kot sem že rekel na začetku, jo z veseljem uresničimo v realizaciji. Še eno stvar bi mogoče poudaril, to je pa lih COVID pokazal, je pa lokalizacija, kar velja tudi za Slovenijo. Če ni struktur in organizacij in civilne družbe tam, kjer delamo, potem je težko delati v takih razmerah kriznih, kot so bile zdaj. Drugače pa to dosti enostavno. Tam jih aktiviraš, opolnomočiš in to mi s pridom uporabljamo, ker praktično v vsakem večjem kraju je tudi Karitas. In ne rečem, da vse zmorejo vse, ampak če jih opolnomočiš, če jim pomagaš, pa zmorejo marsikaj. In isto je v Sloveniji, če so lokalni deležniki vključeni, pripravljeni, usposobljeni, lahko marsikaj naredijo brez neke intervencije silne. To ne bom rekel na kratko.
Najlepše hvala. Odlično. Zdaj smo torej slišali, da bi bilo pravzaprav sprejetje akcijskega načrta na nek način nujno, vsaj v očeh nevladnega sektorja. Profesor dr. Bučarjeva, pa da slišim še vaše mnenje, predvsem pa mogoče vaš pogled. Kje smo zamudili, kaj smo storili narobe, da tega še nismo uresničili? Dopoldne na panelu smo od generalnega direktorja gospoda Igorja Jukića slišali, da načrtujemo ohranitev vsaj takšnega odstotka, kot ga imamo, oziroma se bomo potrudili, da zadevo povečamo. Kakšno je vaše mnenje glede tega, glede na to, da se že vrsto let zelo podrobno ukvarjate s področjem mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja?
Hvala za besedo, Jana. Ja, vrsto let, praktično celo svoje delovno obdobje, in če vam povem, da izpolnjujem pogoje za pokoj, pol veste, da je to že res desetletja. Torej, mene najbolj skrbi dejstvo, da smo mi zelo optimistični, ko pišemo dokumente, ki jih napišemo po vseh pravilih in principih mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja. Vsebinsko tem dokumentom ni moč praktično nič očitati. Do tistega dela, ko se lotimo projekcije sredstev. Imela sem priložnost sodelovati pri izdelavi prve strategije o mednarodnem razvojnem sodelovanju skupaj z gospo Kamnerjevo in dr. Mrakom, in takrat smo izdelali tudi projekcijo izdvajanja sredstev in danes sem obudila spomin na tiste čase, in moram reči, da smo takrat zapisali, da bomo do leta 2015 izdvajali za razvojno sodelovanje 105 milijonov evrov. Malo smo znižali cilj, nismo upali na 0,33, šli smo na 0,21, ker smo rekli, da bo že to težko doseči. Veste, kje smo danes s številkami. Takrat smo računali, da bo bilaterale 59 milijonov evrov. Sedanja strategija se je elegantno ognila debate okrog točnih številk in zapisala zgolj, da bomo sprejeli akcijski načrt na to temo, katerega draft smo potem obravnavali na strokovnem svetu za mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje, potem pa je, tako kot svet sam, tudi akcijski načrt zatonil v pozabo za nekaj let. Po akcijskem načrtu bi mi morali izdvajati do konca, se pravi do 2030, 0,26%. Tudi akcijski načrt ni ciljal na 0,33. Že takrat smo bili upozorjeni strani Ministrstva za finance, da 0,33 je nekaj, kar lahko sicer zapišemo, ampak je povsem nerealno. Mislim, da je tudi 0,26 nerealno, ker bi to pomenilo 186 milijonov evrov, z razmerjem, ki bi bil ravno obraten, kot je trenutno razmerje. Se pravi, bistveno večji delež za bilateralo kot za multilateralo. Kaj narediti, da bi se te cilji vendarle bolj približali? Cel kup stvari, ampak zame je ključna zadeva spremeniti odnos politike do mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja. Ko smo prvo strategijo spravljali skozi parlament, je bila sprejeta brez pripomb soglasno. Naivno smo smatrali, da je to zaradi tega, ker so naši poslanci tako zelo navdušeni nad mednarodnim razvojnim sodelovanjem in da z večino podprejo in se strinjajo s takimi ambicioznimi cilji. Ne. Izkazalo se je ravno obratno, mislim, da jih večina ni vedela, o čem pravzaprav sklepajo in da je veljalo pač tisto, kar je takrat tudi minister za finance, takrat je bil dr. Bajuk minister za finance, ki se je pozanimal, kaj to pomeni 0,34 in ko so mu rekli, da si bomo prizadevali, we will strive towards, je rekel, ok, pa v redu, če si bomo pa prizadevali, to nas pa nič ne zavezuje. To je bil neuradni komentar naše zaveze. Bojim se, da je odnos še vedno tak. Ne? Mi se za nekaj zavežemo, se pa za to ne obvežemo. Ne? In vedno znova to leti na tiste, ki prihajate z Ministrstva za zunanje zadeve, pa niste tisti, ki bi to morali slišati. Namreč jaz osebno imam zelo, kako bi rekla, veliko sočustvovanja do sektorja za mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje, ker vidim, da ste stalno na prepihu, da ste stalno na kadrovskem udaru, da se ljudje menjajo po tekočem traku, da se vam sredstva režejo po tekočem traku in da dejansko, ne glede na vse napore, ki jih vlagate, ne morete prebiti zidu, ki je tako v vaši hiši, kot tudi sicer v vladi, kot tudi v parlamentu do tega področja. In ne gre samo za ozaveščanje širše javnosti. Ja, širša javnost, marsikaj so nevladniki tam naredili in na nivoju osnovnih šol, pa vrtcev, pa mladine, ampak mislim, da moramo mi v glavi spremeniti nekaj v naši politiki. Pa ali je to čist pragmatični pristop, da je mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje tudi in predvsem orodje zunanje politike in če mi želimo stopati v zunanji politiki majčkeno širše, kot naši najbližji sosedi in EU, moramo vključiti tudi mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje v to politiko. In tukaj je tista moja izkušnja teh 40 let, da se mi zdi, da smo bili nekoč nazaj veliko bolj globalno usmerjeni, kot smo danes. Danes smo preveč lokalni. Ja, pomemben je lokalni nivo. Samo za nas je zdaj ključni problem vsakega dneva, kako se bo končal predor nekje v Sloveniji, kaj se bo naredilo na teh področjih pri nas, ne oziramo se pa, kaj se pravzaprav dogaja globalno. In to, kar sem slišala prej, ker ste omenjala, vsak dogodek, kjerkoli v svetu se zgodi, vpliva tudi na nas. In te ozaveščenosti se mi zdi, da je bistveno premalo. To ni zdaj neko darilo, kar bi mi usmerjali skozi mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje. To so lahko pomembne naložbe v slovensko prihodnost. In te zavesti se mi zdi pa, da žal nimamo zadosti v naši ne politiki, ne družbi. To ni usmiljenje, da mi pošiljamo v Afriko nekaj evrov. Mi moramo gledati, da je to kontinent, kjer se bo odvijala jutrišnja prihodnost in ga na ta način obravnavati. Zdaj so bili neuvrščeni v Beogradu. Mi smo poslali sicer delegacijo, ampak smo pa edina od bivših jugoslovanskih republik, ki niti statusa opazovalca ni vzela. Zakaj ne? Kaj nastane? A nas to odmika od EU-ja? Če so Hrvati zraven, verjetno ne. Ampak lahko pa so še ena vrata, ki jih lahko jutri imamo odprta. In tukaj bi predvsem, se pravim, zame je mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje marsikaj, ampak tudi orodje zunanje politike, kjer moramo globalno videti sebe. Ne samo videti meje Slovenije in se počutiti, da je to, kar nas definira. Toliko.
Super, najlepša hvala. Mogoče bi kar prosila dr. Kokalja za komentar, preden pa mu predam besedo, pa morda še to. Globalni trendi dejansko vedno bolj nakazujejo na povezanost različnih zunanjepolitičnih instrumentov oziroma orodij in mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje se v drugih državah članicah Evropske unije, predvsem pa v državah globalnega juga, povezuje tudi z gospodarskim sodelovanjem. Kaj lahko Slovenija na tem področju naredi, kako lahko te zadeve bolje povežemo, da bomo tudi bolj učinkoviti pri izvajanju mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in pa hkrati doseganju naših zunanjepolitičnih ciljev.
Hvala lepa, gospa profesor. Najprej zahvala za vašo razumevanje in podporo diplomatskemu poklicu. In dovolite mi, da pravzaprav izhajam ne iz nekih napak, ki jih morda sugerirate v vašem vprašanju, ampak tudi in predvsem naših izkušenj v diplomatski službi doma in v tujini. Še enkrat se mi zdi pomembno podčrtati, da stanje, zatečeno stanje mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči Republike Slovenije je solidno, ga krepimo, predvsem pa imamo diplomati razumevanje za dogajanje v svetu. Tudi ne nazadnje moja osebna izkušnja izpred desetletja, ko sem služboval na Bližnjem vzhodu in doživel dogodke arabske pomladi. Lahko povem, da smo v tistem času pravzaprav izrazito tudi na našem veleposlaništvu delovali prav na področju humanitarne pomoči in konkretnih projektov, ki jih morda poznamo bolje, kot bi to pripisali birokratom. Sicer pa sprašujete me o sredstvih, sprašujete me o povezavi z gospodarstvom. Morda ni odveč povedati, da se je pravzaprav delež sredstev za mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje in humanitarno pomoč za projekte, ki jih financira zunanje ministrstvo in ki jih izvajajo nevladne organizacije, v zadnjih letih pravzaprav viša. Obenem spominjam, da zunanje ministrstvo preko javnega poziva sofinancira tudi projekte, ki jih nevladne organizacije pridobijo na razpisih Evropske unije, in seveda nevladne organizacije spodbujamo, da se vključujejo tudi v financiranje izven Republike Slovenije. Ko gre za naš položaj v partnerskih državah, ko gre za, če hočete, tudi gospodarske interese, ki jih uveljavljamo v partnerskih državah, vam lahko tudi na osnovi lastnih izkušenj zagotovim, da si v partnerskih državah želijo predvsem naših tehnologij, da si želijo osvojitve naših delovnih veščin in da nam zavoljo tega tudi nam Slovencem zaupajo, mi pa lahko njim ponujamo tehnološki prenos, vsaj v nekih nišah, in morda lahko tudi gospod generalni tajnik nekaj pove o izkušnjah slovenske Karitas na tem področju. Tako da mislim, da tukaj trasiramo neko pot, ki bi lahko pripeljala do večjega angažmaja tudi zasebnega sektorja. Drugače pa akcijski načrt, sredstva, mislim, da smo v zadnjem obdobju vendarle prehodili pot z sprejemom relevantnega zakona o mednarodnem razvojnem sodelovanju v letu 2018, kjer smo dosegli neko večjo fleksibilnost, kjer smo izvedbeni del prestavili v uredbo, ki nam omogoča neko učinkovitejše prilagajanje izzivom. Skratka, mislim, da bi bilo primerno in trezno, da ostanemo realisti, da ob tem, ko razmišljamo o sredstvih, razmišljamo tudi o absorpcijski sposobnosti naših izvedbenih ustanov in zagotavljam vam, da si krepitve sodelovanja z vsemi deležniki, vsemi izvajalci želimo. Takšno prizadevanje, takšna obveza, v to obvezo nas pravzaprav silijo tudi okoliščine pandemije. In ko govorimo o rednem dialogu in izmenjavi dobrih praks, je prav, da povem, da imamo zdaj prenovljeni strokovni svet, v katerem sodelujejo tudi predstavniki nevladnih organizacij in v kratkem pravzaprav načrtujemo tudi sklic prve seje. Ko gre za vprašanje, kaj bi morda lahko delali še več in bolje, bi jaz sam na tem delovnem mestu, sem zdaj 4 mesece, izpostavil potrebo krepitve monitoringa projektov na terenu, ki je skupna naloga financerjev in izvajalcev, in upam, da bomo z rednejšim izvajanjem teh nalog lahko krepili tudi vzajemno odgovornost za doseganje rezultatov. Hvala lepa.
Odlično, najlepša hvala. Ker ste ravno odprli pomen in nujnost pravzaprav angažmaja zasebnega sektorja in tudi podjetij, bi mogoče na tem mestu prosila gospoda Zimanja, da malce pokomentira, kakšna je vloga in kakšno vlogo vidite vi strani podjetij, predvsem kolikor sem seznanjena socialnega podjetništva. Izvolite.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I am also a director of a small social business. It's called Kukna. It's actually a restaurant whose aim is to increase the employability of migrants. And we've been operating actually since 2013. I believe that in general, social businesses have an important role potentially to play in development. But not necessarily in the same way as private companies or corporations. When you look at corporations, what you have in mind are basically relatively big companies that inject capital that is used for development purposes. But with social businesses, what I have in mind is the fact that a social business per se is not necessarily having the objective of maximizing profits. The objective might be, let's say, solving a social issue. There are many social businesses in the global south. We know about big social businesses in Bangladesh, for instance, Grameen and Brax, which are, I would say, their story is well publicized. But I'm more interested in the smaller ones, really the grassroots ones, that can involve also the poorest. By this I mean those ones with least amount of money, of people, in the remotest parts of each country. These are businesses that normally actually work on concrete problems to find concrete solutions, and the best place to do so because these are people who actually live in these communities. And here I think collaboration between those social businesses and development partners would be helpful. If a small social business like that needs funding, or extra funding, this would be, I think, a noble cause, for governments or rather development partners to directly fund them. yes, on the other hand as well, like I said, social business like ours also has a role to play, because what we're basically doing is empowering people who otherwise might end up being actually a social problem, facing social issues. I would stop at this point.
Thank you, hvala. Gospod Tomažič, kakšen komentar?
V naših projektih že od samega začetka, kar je v bistvu tudi bilo nekako sporočilo lokalnih skupnosti in pa tam, kjer delamo, je to, da bi radi bili v to vključeni, ko nekaj gradimo, ko nekaj ustvarjamo, in tudi mi imamo izkušnjo, da seveda vsemi svojimi sredstvi in kar delamo, nekako pospešujemo gospodarski cikl tam, kjer pomagamo, ne pa pri nas v primarnem pomenu. Da pa seveda tisti, ki sodelujejo pri tem, podjetja, vidijo možnost neko razširitev svoje dejavnosti na novih področjih, s tem, da pač tudi nekaj svojega znanja zamenjajo ali pa predstavijo tem uporabnikom. In to je neka, bi rekel, vzajemnost. Mi znanje, tam pa neka širitev področja, neke nove možnosti in sodelovanje. Zdaj, z vidika socialnega podjetništva imamo mi kar sami lastno izkušnjo, ker namreč vsako gradno bolnico ali česarkoli vključimo lokalno prebivalstvo, da dobesedno delajo in so za delo plačani. Seveda je to veliko lažje, kot pa v Sloveniji, ker 25 evrov je tam nekaj, kar pomeni v neki Ruandi, pri nas pa seveda to ni nič, ampak večinoma so sodelovali pri gradnji, pri teh lažjih pač gradbenih opravilih, od razbijanja kamna, izkopavanja, priprav in podobnega. In tudi sedaj še delajo v zdravstvenih centrih, šolah, kot tisti, ki skrbijo za okolico, kot varnostni, kot čistilci. In lahko rečemo, da imamo v tem trenutku približno 300 zaposlenih v narekovajih v Afriki, prek slovenske Karitas, prek projektov, redno. In da to podpirajo tudi darovalci in donatorji tukaj, posamezniki, da cenijo, da nekdo želi tam, bi rekel, dostojno zaslužiti s svojim delom in seveda prispevati k svoji blagini in pa k blagini skupnosti. Veseli pa smo, ker tudi za ministrstvom vseh teh letih peljemo tudi mi nek strokovni razvoj. Neke pristope, ki jih mi drugače ne bi peljali, in se mi zdi, da se skupaj učimo, mi predvsem s poročilom iz terena, vi pa, bi rekel, tudi z nekimi zahtevami v razpisni dokumentaciji, ki nas prisilijo včasih tudi, da naredimo korak, ki ga drugače sami ne bi. In eden izmed teh je bil tudi, da je bil nekako pogoj sodelovanje s podjetji. Se še spomnim, da smo na začetku kar tuhtali, kako pa bi mi kot Karitas lahko v nekem projektu na tak način sodelovali s podjetjem. Seveda iskali smo predvsem podjetja, ki imajo legitimno poslovno, bi rekel, agendo, kar je razumljivo, pa vendar, da imajo v sebi tudi neko družbeno odgovornost in da želijo tudi na en drugačen način sodelovati v tem projektu. In zdaj smo imeli 2 taka projekta, oziroma 3, mogoče samo tega, ki je bil najbolj viden, je z tehnologijo za izdelavo opek, kjer smo tudi nekako naučili to lokalno prebivalstvo, kako lahko to tehnologijo uporabljajo, oziroma to podjetje jih je pripravilo na to in to dejansko lahko tam zdaj naprej samo živi. Seveda je treba prilagoditi njihovim okoliščinam, njihovim virom, njihovemu načinu in dostopnosti električne energije in podobno. Skratka, zdaj v zadnjem projektu je pa podjetje, ki se ukvarja z vodo, z pokritostjo virov vode, kar je pa za Afriko tudi izjemno pomembno. Mi smo ugotovili, da je treba pri podjetjih vedno sodelovati poleg nevladnih organizacij, tam kot je v našem primeru Karitas ali pa misionarji in tako naprej, tudi z lokalnimi, bi rekel, oblastniki ali pa župani in tako naprej, ki nekako to lahko širše implementirajo od tega našega majhnega projekta. In vidimo učinke, kjer v bistvu je želja po tem sodelovanju in želja, da bi se te tehnologije ali pa karkoli že prinesemo mi v malem, seveda naši projekti niso gromozanski, da tam to živi in deluje v korist ljudi. Pomembno je tudi to, da se s tem povečuje znanje bi rekel, teh ljudi, ki prejmejo pomoč, da znajo to sami vzdrževati in da tudi v nekem širšem lokalnem okolju vidijo, kako lahko izboljšati življenje. Seveda mi tudi vidimo na terenu, brez delovnih mest, brez investicij, tudi v Afriki ne bo nič, ne. Tudi če jim pomagamo pri osnovnem šolanju, pa srednjem šolanju, pa nimajo kje delati, ni kaj, ne, samo še ena frustracija več, ne. Tako da vse te stvari so zelo pomembne. Ne želimo pa si, tako kot je tudi gospod prejle povedal, ne, da bi neodgovorno vstopala predvsem večja podjetja na ta območja, ampak odgovorno, ekološko, socialno, skratka z neko primerno držo, a pa vsaj minimalnimi standardi primerjalno z nami, ne? Ker vse te dežele niso smetišče za naše ekološke probleme, niti niso namenjene temu, da bomo tam ljudi uporabljali ali pa izrabljali, če lahko to besedo uporabljam, ampak da cela skupnost tam napreduje, predvsem znanjem in pa tudi na splošno blaginjo, ne? Ki je tam mogoča. Tako da tukaj smo seveda previdni, hkrati pa nas na ministrstvu tudi malo opogumljajo, da v to vstopamo, pa tudi kar nekaj interesa je med slovenskimi podjetji. Seveda je pa tukaj zelo pomembno, da ima država nek stabilen fokus zunanje politike, govorim o področjih, ne, ker smo mi ves čas v strahu, kdaj se bo ta fokus iz Balkana premaknil nekam drugam ali pa iz Afrike nekam drugam, kjer smo že leta nekaj gradili, recimo, ne, in je zelo pomembno, da glede na majhnost naše države, ne, da imamo dosti stabilen fokus. Jaz ne rečem, kateri je najboljši, ampak da se nekako pojavi sinergija med interesi zunanje politike, med izvedbenim delom nevladnih organizacij in da je to neko stabilno okolje, dokaj stabilno okolje. Vem, da to ni enostavno, da se stvari hitro spreminjajo in tudi mi vstopamo na nova področja, na Bližnji vzhod, ne, nekaj se tudi Azije dotikamo, ampak glavnina pa nekako teče v tem afriškem okviru. Tako.
Hvala. Če se navežem ravno na to zadnje, kar ste omenili, vsekakor imamo ogromno uspešnih projektov, ki se izvajajo v državah prejemnicah, ampak profesor Bučar, je vseeno, podatki kažejo, da imamo ravno zaradi tega spreminjanja fokusa ogromno majhnih, fragmentiranih projektov v različnih državah in glede na to, da je cilj današnjega panela, da nekako razmišljamo o tem, kaj lahko naredimo, da bomo okrepili nacionalna prizadevanja za doseganje zaveze. Kaj je po vašem mnenju tisti ključni problem, ki bi ga morali nasloviti? A je to preusmeritev fokusa iz teh majhnih projektov na večje projekte, kot je omenil gospod Tomažič, jasen fokus v neko regijo in ne premikanje iz ene v drugo. To.
Vse to, kar se je naštelo, ne? Se pravi stabilnost usmeritve, ki je začrtana v strategiji, ampak ko smo analizirali prejšnjo, smo sicer odkrili, da po odstotku se je šlo v prioritetne države, ampak vsako leto v drugače. Ne? Tudi kar se tiče projektov nevladnih organizacij. Ne? Dejansko nevladne organizacije, to, kar je bilo izpostavljeno, se tudi razvijajo, se tudi učijo in potrebujejo določen čas in vednost, da bo ta regija vsaj naslednjih 5, 7, 10 let prioriteta tudi strani države. Še bolj to velja za podjetja. Podjetja v obliko tako imenovanega blended financing, ne, se pravi tega skupnega financiranja nekih projektov, ne bodo šla, vkolikor ni to neka dolgoročna zaveza z obeh strani ali pa z 3 strani, če vzamemo vse 3 skupaj, državo, podjetja in nevladni sektor. To se mi zdi, da je zelo pomembno. Se pravi, skladnost politik se mi zdi, da je eden od temeljev, ni zastonj, to je eden od principov tudi evropskega razvojnega sodelovanja, koordinacija na največji možni meri in pa seveda dolgoročne zaveze. Ne, take dolgoročne zaveze lahko potem dajejo več, bi rekla, upanja ali pa več tudi smisla vlaganja energije, tako nevladnemu sektorju, gospodarstvu, pa seveda tudi državi, ne, se pravi tudi strani državne politike. Ne. Ob tem bi opozorila na eno tako neskladno delovanje, ki se nam je letos zgodilo, ne, za katerega bo po moji oceni vsaj v naslednjem letu zelo težko prideti na 0,17. Namreč nihče ni izpostavil danes, da pravzaprav preko polovice naše bilaterale odpade na šolnine. Za ukrepom, ki ga je uvedlo Ministrstvo za notranje zadeve, mislim, da bomo študij v Sloveniji za marsikoga iz držav bivše Jugoslavije tako otežili, da se bo to poznalo tudi pri podatku o mednarodnem razvojnem sodelovanju, ki že zdaj v strani nevladnikov je sicer kritizirano, da je to neprava pomoč, ker gre de facto za prikazovanje šolnin, ki jih ne prejmejo te študenti, jih ne prejme pravzaprav nihče, tudi univerza ne, samo odpišejo se plačila. Ampak z izpadom interesa za študij v Sloveniji bo tudi kategorija uradne razvojne pomoči po moji oceni utrpela določene posledice. Namreč ne verjamem, da se bodo odločali za študij pri nas v taki meri, kot so se do zdaj. In to je še en problem naše neskladnosti politik, na katerega se žal ob tem, ko se je sprejemal ta odlok, ni upozarjalo strani mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja. Z nekaj izjem med nevladniki.
Hvala. Doktor Kokalj, morda komentar?
Ja, gotovo. Najprej, ko gre za stabilnost fokusa, vsaj v mojem pogledu je ta bojazen odveč. Pravzaprav je ta stabilnost fokusa opredeljena tudi z nekimi našimi realnimi človeškimi resursi in infrastrukturnimi možnostmi oziroma sredstvi, ki jih imamo. Vezano na sodelovanje naših podjetij, poglejte, naša podjetja, naša mala in srednja podjetja, to verjetno vsi zelo dobro veste in razumete, so v svetovnem merilu mikropodjetja, in seveda, in še enkrat, in kot povedano, seveda lahko realno tekmujemo v nišnih sektorjih z majhnimi projekti, z malimi podjetji, ki so še enkrat v globalnem merilu mikropodjetja. Na temo šolnin mislim, da smo zadevo korektno obravnavali tudi v dialogu z ostalimi pristojnimi resorji, kolikor je meni znano, kakšnega posebnega izpada letos ne bo. Če pa hočete moj pogled in izkušnjo iz dela v zunanji službi, pa lahko povem, da imajo naši partnerji v partnerskih državah velik interes za napotovanje svojih študentov na slovenske univerze. Pred leti sva imela s takratnim rektorjem tudi na našo pobudo, tudi na pobudo našega ministrstva nek sestanek, vendar resnici na ljubo in naj to ne izveni kot kritika naših univerz, interesa za ponudbo izobraževanja v angleškem jeziku za tuje študente, ki bi jih vlade partnerskih držav za svoja sredstva napotovali v Slovenijo, pač ni bilo. In vse kolikor je meni znano, ne poznam pa tega področja tako zelo podrobno, sej aktualne podrobnosti ne, tudi pravzaprav nikoli ni bilo nekega družbenega konsenza, pa tudi konsenza na univerzi o tem, da bi lahko pričeli ponujati te študijske programe v angleškem jeziku, tako da upam, da bo kdaj dozorelo drugačno spoznanje, ker kot vsi dobro razumemo, je izobraževanje tudi eden od najboljših poslov in bi lahko še kako popravilo tudi naš GDP. Hvala lepa.
Prav, dr. Bučarjeva, vidim, da imate repliko, izvolite.
Ja, morda samo dodam ta komentar, tudi to je bilo eno od večjih razočaranj, ko se je obravnaval pač ta novi načrt za visoko šolstvo. Večina, bom rekla, je bila pravzaprav naklonjena temu, da se vsaj na višjih stopnjah, se pravi magistrski, doktorski študij, dovoli izvajanje programov v angleščini. Vendar je bila manjšina tako glasna in tako zelo, kako bi rekla, pozivala na nacionalni ponos ohranjanja slovenščine kot primarni cilj univerze, da je preglasovala možnost uvedbe angleščine kot izvedbenega jezika. Za univerzo ta trenutek pa je za večino fakultet kadrovsko po moje nemogoče pričakovati, da bi izvajali programe v obeh. Ja. Ne finančno, ne kadrovsko. Mislim, da ta trenutek slovenske univerze nimajo kapacitet, razen izjema določenih manjših programov, ki jih namenjajo v to smer. Kadarkoli smo načeli vprašanje angleščine, izvajanja v angleščini, vedno znova smo dobili opomin, če drugje strani akademikov, češ primarna naloga univerze je ščititi slovenski jezik. In omenjene to, kar ste rekli, da je to pravzaprav dober biznis, to je pa sploh skregano za akademsko kulturo, ker mi pač ne smemo služiti denarja. Nažalost, marsikaj znotraj naših univerz propade na tej osnovi. Tako da malo tudi samo kritike.
Tako. Doktor Kokelj, morda samo še ta komentar oziroma odgovor, vaše mnenje, ali potem po vašem mnenju menite, da zaradi tega upada šolnin, zaradi vsega, kar se je zgodilo, ne bo padca odstotka sredstev namenjenih za razvojno sodelovanje ali pač?
No, predvsem moram v odgovor poudariti, da na Ministrstvu za zunanje zadeve vlagamo potrebno skrb v dialog in razreševanje odprtih vprašanj, v dialog z izvedbenimi organizacijami, v medresorski dialog. Morda velja na tem mestu poudariti, da zunanje ministrstvo je koordinator mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči. Pomembno vlogo pa imajo seveda tudi številni ostali resorji, ko gre tako za financiranje kot za projekte. Skratka, smo skrbnik rasti parcialnih stebrov, ki bodo prihodnje leto verjetno dokaj kmalu pokazali, kaj prinaša končni račun za letošnje leto. Nič nismo rekli o prioritetah našega predsedovanja svetu EU, pa bi morda to vendarle bilo potrebno. Govorili smo o sredstvih, absorpcijski sposobnosti, dajmo kaj reči o prioritetah predsedovanja, to je enakost spolov, to je voda v zunanjem sodelovanju in poleg tega je tukaj še globalno zdravje in prehranska varnost. Tako da mislim, da dajemo tukaj nek tvoren prispevek prioritetam tudi na ravni EU In verjamem, da te prioritete vplivajo in bodo vplivali tudi v prihodnjem srednjeročnem obdobju na strukturni fokus našega mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči. Hvala lepa.
Morda, da ne pozabimo povsem na oba panelista, ki sta z nami na Zoomu. Gospod Baškovič, gospod Ziman, ima kdo od vaju morda komentar na debato, ki v tem trenutku poteka? Ne? Ok, potem bi pa mogoče na tem mestu odprla prostor za vprašanja iz publike, sicer v klepetalnici vprašanj nimamo, me pa zanima, če ima kdo od tukaj prisotnih kakšno vprašanje. Ne? Nobenih? Ja? Albin, prav.
Najlepša hvala tudi vsem panelistom. Najlepša hvala tudi vsem panelistom za dozdajšnjo razpravo. Gotovo je ena izmed ugotovitev iz današnje razprave to, da nam nekdo manjka na panelu. Oziroma, da moramo naslednjič organizirati panel z političnimi odločevalci, ki tisti odločajo o tem, v kakšnih gabaritih se bo uradna razvojna pomoč v Sloveniji izvajala, koliko smo kot družba za temu pripravljeni nameniti in tako naprej. Zdaj, jaz bi mogoče, ko zastavljam vprašanje, opozoril na 4 roll-upe, ki smo jih postavili zadaj, ki govorijo o najboljših novicah sveta, poskušamo dati pozitivno sporočilo slovenski javnosti. Tam smo tudi objavili, mislim, da 6 primerov projektov, ki jih nevladne organizacije izvajamo v državah, v prednostnih državah, v naših partnerskih državah in seveda kažejo na to, da slovenske organizacije, tako kot je tudi Peter pripovedoval, posegamo marsikje tudi kakšno klasično gradimo, ustvarjamo, spodbujamo, hkrati pa posegamo pa tudi v kakšne nišne prostore, kamor humanitarna pomoč ali pa razvojno sodelovanje težko vstopi. In to je ena izmed prednosti, ki jo vsaj nevladne organizacije prenašamo v ta prostor. Zdaj, seveda, ko pa se pogovarjamo o prihodnosti, je moje ključno vprašanje, kateri je pa tisti nastavek, ki bi ga vi skozi vaše izkušnje pravzaprav iskali v to, da bi lahko dosegli soglasje med političnimi akterji, zato da uvidijo, zakaj je pravzaprav potrebno nameniti več sredstev za uradno razvojno pomoč. Vsi vemo, da če hočeš, da rastlina raste, jo moraš zalivati. Če želiš biti hiter v teku, moraš trenirati. Če želiš biti prisoten na trgu, kjer te ni, moraš investirati. Skratka, nikoli ni, zmeraj je takšna situacija, da moraš nekaj dati, da nekaj dobiš. Ne moreš pričakovati, da boš kar dobil. In jaz mislim, da je to eno sporočilo, ki mislim, da ga lahko politični prostor prenesemo, da je čas, da, zdaj poskušam že sam odgovoriti, kam bi še želel, da odgovor vaš gre, ampak naj bo to namig.
Najlepša hvala. Jaz predlagam, da gremo pri odgovarjanju pravzaprav v obratni smeri in morda začnemo z gospodom Zimanjem, potem se nam lahko priključi gospod Baškovič, potem gospod Tomažič, profesor Bučarov in na koncu prepuščamo besedo še dr. Kokalju.
Now you've got me because I really I'm not political, I'm not a politician. This is a political issue as far as I can see. I do not know what it takes to make politicians tick, but I believe, seriously, I don't. But I believe at the end of the day, it is the voters. That is why I think it is important that as civil society organizations, we play, as much as possible a role directly with voters. I think that is not the most efficient way. There are many other actors here that should be involved. Like Dr. Bocher said, this involves universities, schools, this involves young children, the youth workers, etc., etc., etc. And it's practically a never-ending story with no clear goal in sight, right? Now, if there will be more direct means of actually getting, impactful on politicians, I think that will be better. I'm not so sure how exactly to do that, except through direct engagement, with decision makers. So it is in this context, actually, I am happy that we are having this discussion, and I hope that we continue on this level. Because at the best, we can then say at least they will not come back and say we did not know. We need more and more of these kinds of forums whereby we share information and ensure that at least the knowledge that we know to be important, these linkages between the local and the global, etc., is out there also with the decision makers. Now, what they do with it is, of course, another thing. Thank you.
Mr. Zimani, Gospod Zimani, I would like to ask you, where do you see then the importance of global education in context of all of that, considering what's the goal of global education? Torej, sprašujem, kje vidi gospod Zimani vlogo globalnega učenja v celotnem kontekstu, glede na to, da eden od ciljev globalnega učenja je zagotovo ozaveščanje javnosti in predvsem aktivacija državljanov, mladih, starejših, vseh pravzaprav.
I think global education is at the center of this discussion because it is through global educational activities that we can actually reach out first and foremost to children, schools, people in schools and teachers. We can work through adapting or changing curriculums, at least coming up with proposals. And also global education allows us through advocacy activities to directly also work with journalists and with decision makers. So global education does provide us the tools, but I mean, we cannot also overemphasize its importance, because what is happening in many countries, for instance, in Slovenia, is that some of the actors who are involved in global education activities are not necessarily, providing the answers, or rather providing the right information. So it's a learning process, basically, for everybody. I think we should never forget that we are here working with an industry. This ODA issue is really, they used to call it the aid industry. More than 10 years ago. I think even Dambi somewhere wrote a book about it, Dead Aid. That was more than 10 years, 2009, if I'm not mistaken. And I was really reflecting on what has happened. The discussion that we're having today is not very different from the discussion that we would have had that time, which means that there's not much really changing. Of course, there are new tools, like blended finance. Maybe there's more talk about TCSD, especially private sector involvement. But generally speaking, we basically seem to be where we were before. What I want to say is that this cannot solely be blamed on politicians and decision makers alone. This is a societal issue. And again, I refer to what Dr. Butcher said before. I think we need a paradigm shift, mentality change. And again here, this is where global education can play a part. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala. Gospod Baškovič, Torej, kaj je po vašem mnenju tisti ključni nastavek, ki ga potrebujemo za soglasje, zakaj je potrebno pravzaprav nameniti več sredstev za razvojno sodelovanje oziroma razvojno pomoč? Kaj lahko naredimo, da premaknemo ta moment?
Ja, veliko je bilo že povedanega, ne. Problem je zelo širok, ne. Naslavlja veliko deležnikov, tako da sam jasnega odgovora tole nimam, ker ga tudi verjetno nihče nima. Zdaj, jaz se lahko malo navežem, ne, na našo situacijo v samem centru, ne, in preko tega pogledam, kaj bi se dalo narediti, da se zadeve izboljšajo, da se mogoče pridobi tudi malo večje zaupanje. To mislim, da je bila težava tudi pri našem centru, nekako izguba zaupanja inštitucij, torej donacij različnih ministrstev. S tem je bila tudi potem posledično namenjanje donacijskih sredstev, torej sredstev za uradno razvojno pomoč. Preko našega centra in se pozna verjetno potem tudi v samem procentu namenjena sredstev. Torej pomembno je, no, da se ta sredstva preko izvajalskih inštitucij, ne, na nek način namenjajo po jasnih, transparentnih postopkih. Kako se pridobivajo projekti, ne, kateri so tisti projekti, ki so pomembni, ključni, ki bodo imeli recimo neke največje učinke tudi v samih partnerskih državah, tako učinke za seveda lokalno prebivalstvo, tako kot tudi učinke nekako posledično potem za gospodarstvo same Slovenije in mogoče tudi za podjetja in tako naprej. Torej to se mi zdi pomembno, no, zaupanje financerjev v izvajalske inštitucije. In pa seveda posledično doseganje učinkov, ne, same razvojne pomoči, promocija potem teh učinkov, ne, da je jasno razvidno, kaj Slovenija s tem dela, ne, kakšni so učinki. Mislim, da vse to potem prispeva tudi k malo večjemu nekemu zavedanju tudi odločevalcev političnih, da ta zadeva pa je na mestu in je dobra in da jo je treba spodbujati tudi za naprej. Seveda, se pravi, namenska, učinkovita poraba samih sredstev, to je pomembno, ne, da se dejansko sredstva namenijo za tisto, kar je namen, ne, zato je pomembno potem tudi samo spremljanje teh projektov, kar krepi samo zaupanje financerjev na koncu. Torej, CMSR je zdaj na poti vzpostavljanja recimo takšnih postopkov, krepitvi zaupanja, to delamo tudi skupaj z Ministrstvom za zunanje zadeve kot nacionalnim koordinatorjem. Tako da jaz z tega svojega pogleda, no, pogleda centra, vidim to.
Morda še eno podvprašanje, ali je potem po vašem mnenju pravzaprav delitev dobrih praks eden od ključnih korakov k temu, glede na to, da velikokrat pride do možnosti ali pa potencialnega nezaupanja pravzaprav financerja v izvajalske institucije?
No, vsekakor delitev dobrih praks je vedno dobrodošla.
Najlepša hvala.
Hvala.
Gospod Tomažič.
Ja, bom mogoče kar iz enega praktičnega vidika to pojasnil. Mi pomagamo v Sloveniji in v tujini. Imamo darovalce...
Zaradi poslušalcev na Zoomu.
Ja, se opravičujem. Mi pomagamo v Sloveniji in v tujini. Imamo darovalce, ki so striktno naklonjeni pomoči v tujini, v Afriki, kjerkoli že, in pa striktno take, ki so naklonjeni pomoči v Sloveniji, in pa take, ki pomagajo vse povsod, kjer morajo. Verjetno ne samo na Karitasu, še na vseh drugih. In zanimivo je seveda poslušati velike reakcije. Ne? Tisti, ki so naklonjeni mednarodni pomoči, nas pokličejo pa rečejo, pa kaj tem pomagate, a ne, sej to pa to pa to. Ne, tisti, ki pa pomagajo samo za tujino, pa reče, pa kakle v Sloveniji pomagate, se so sami razvajenci, mislim, vsi živimo kot bogovi tukaj, ne, tako. Skratka, to so neki taki skrajni, bom rekel, pogledi, so pa realnost in v politiki niso nič drugačni, mogoče malo lepš artikulirani, vendar, vendar jaz mislim, da je treba vsaj mi s tistim sogovornikom potem iščemo en skupni imenovalca, ne. In ta skupni imenovalec je to, da imamo pred sabo človeka v Afriki ali pa v Sloveniji z stisko in pa da je ta človek v nekom okolju, kjer je ta stiska lahko zanga relativno majhna ali pa relativno velika. Ne. Biti brez kolesa v enem najbolj nerazvitem delu Slovenije je verjetno velika razlika ali pa biti brez kolesa v centru Ljubljane. Mislim tako, če plastično prikažem. Zdaj, kar se pa tiče politike ali pa političnih odločevalcev, so področja na Bližnjem vzhodu humanitarno, zdaj razvojno. Skratka, navežemo stik z mrežo, tudi našo Karitasovo, ki jo drugače ne poznamo kar tako, neko medsebojno zaupanje steče, ocenimo, kakšne so kapacitete njihove, oni pa kakšne so naše zmožnosti do dolgoročnega financiranja projektov. In skozi ta odnos se rodijo razvojni projekti. In na drugi strani, ko pomagamo razvojno nekje v Afriki, v nekem zdravstvenem centru in se tam pojavi 100 beguncev, težko damo roke na vzkriž pa rečemo, poslušajte, mi vam pomaga samo pri zdravilih pa pri porodnišnici, če imajo pa oni tam 100 beguncev v centru, ki je čista humanitarna stvar. Sigurno, da bomo pomagali. Včasih tudi kaj iz tega razvojnega kosa, če si smem drsati. Oboje se zelo prepleta iz obeh strani, je pa humanitarna pomoč in hvala tudi ministrstvu za ta ukrep, te strateške dolgoročne povezave, ki ni koristna samo za tiste, ki smo nosilci, ampak tudi za vse ostale. Ker hiter odziv je največ vreden odziv. In včasih se je na proceduralno to zelo zapletali in trajali, pa vsi, ki sodelujejo, lahko z tega razvijajo neko dolgotrajno partnerstvo in razvojno pomoč. Spet nam rekel, da sem bil kratek.
Hvala. Profesor Bučarjeva, kaj moramo storiti, da bomo zadeve izboljšali?
Jaz sicer načeloma nisem pristaš prenosa praks iz razvitejših držav, ampak to pot bom pa vseeno citirala en primer, ali pa politiko, ki jo izvaja ena od bogatejših evropskih donatoric, Nemčija. Nemčija ne samo, da ima svoje ministrstvo za razvojno pomoč, ima prav posebno, ampak to, kar je mene presenetilo, mogoče tudi prvo žogo malo šokiralo, je izjemna pragmatičnost, kako se tega lotevajo. Ko sem brala njihovo zadnjo strategijo v nagovoru ministra, pač bralcem strategije, je zelo jasno zapisano. Mi pomagamo, vlagamo v mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje zato, da bomo imeli nekoč zagotovljene trge. Kaj dosti nežnega bypassiranja, ampak zelo direktno. Mi moramo jutri nekam svoje avtomobile prodati. In zato rabimo kupno moč v državah, v katere razvojno sodelovanje usmerjamo. Dvigan do te mere, da bo lahko tja šel tudi nemški izvoz. Na takih konkretnih primerih mislim, da bi morali graditi tudi strategijo komuniciranja z določenimi skupnostmi pri nas. Se pravi, predstaviti zadevo, ne delamo tega samo iz altruizma, tudi zaradi tega, ampak tudi zato, ker je za nas dolgoročno koristno razvijati Zahodni Balkan, koncu koncev, če je to naša prioriteta zunanja politična, tudi ekonomska je. Še vedno smo zelo prisotni tam, dajmo te stvari povezati. In na ta način predstaviti, namreč to, kar Jana dobro ve, pa tudi gospod ve dobro, najbolj zoprno vprašanje, ki ga dobiš strani novinarjev, je običajno tisto, saj imamo tudi v Sloveniji revne, zakaj pa bomo mi zdaj nekam drugam usmerjali pomoč. In takrat se moraš znajti in razložiti, da smo pravzaprav vsi v enem istem loncu, da tudi s tem nekaj zase naredimo, če zmanjšujemo tisto največjo revščino drugje po svetu. Povezovanje takih tem, kot ste omenili, migracije recimo, se mi zdi ena od zelo dobrih tem, kjer bi res lahko kaj več. Migracije zelo preprosto lahko povežemo tudi s podnebnimi spremembami. Oboje se zelo lepo vklaplja v našo resolucijo. Ne gremo nič stran vsebinsko. Smo točno tam, kjer hočemo biti. Ampak skomunicirati na en tak način, da tistih par milijonov več, ki bo šlo za mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje Slovenije, bo imelo dolgoročno pozitivni učinki in jih bomo dobili multiplikativno nazaj. Kako to povedati našim politikom? Ja, čim večkrat probati spraviti te teme na dnevni red in čim bolj plastično prikazati ta poročila in čim več primerov dobrih praks predstaviti, kaj smo v nekem konkretnem okolju naredili. Me veseli, da sem slišala, da boste zunanjega ministra dobili na enega od svojih projektov. Ker na ta način se vidi, kam pravzaprav ta razvojno sodelovanje sodi in kako se ga da pametno uporabiti tudi pri dnevni politiki v tem okolju. Se pravi, pragmatičnost, dobre prakse, pa čim večkrat, ne samo forumi, Max je rekel, fino je takle forum imeti, ja, ampak to, kar je vedno znova naš problem, je, da pripovedujemo stvari sami sebi. Naš domet mora biti širši. Mi vsi vemo, kaj hočemo, pa da nam je všeč mednarodno razvojno sodelovanje, pa da smatramo, da je to dobro. Ampak prodreti je treba tam, kjer te miselnosti ne delijo z nami. Ti taki forumi bi bili zanimivi. Je pa res težko v zasičenosti z vsem dogajanjem prodreti tudi z dobrimi stvarmi in to je ena od pes tudi držav razvoju, da pravzaprav kadarkoli se jih naši mediji lotijo, je to takrat, kadar imamo poplave in umira na tisoče ljudi ali pa potresi ali pa kakšni notranji nemiri. Sej dobrih zgodb iz teh koncev zelo malo slišimo, pa bi jih tudi lahko kdaj. Ne samo vezano na razvojno sodelovanje.
Najlepša hvala. Doktor Kokalj, še vaše zaključne besede, sklepne misli. Vemo, da je vaš sektor izjemno kadrovsko podhranjen, sploh za tako pomemben vidik zunanje politike. Pa vendar, kaj lahko naredimo, da pridemo do soglasja, da izboljšamo stanje, kot ga imamo?
Hvala lepa tudi za to vprašanje. Najprej, ko gre za sredstva, bodimo realisti, prizadevamo si za organsko rast. Ko gre za implementacijo, si dajmo skupaj prizadevati za čim večjo učinkovitost pri izvedbi projektov, kajti izboljšanje kvalitete slehernega življenja v partnerski državi, ki ga dosega nek projekt, je bistveno. Govorili smo tudi o strateškem partnerstvu. Dejansko smo letos prvič preko javnega razpisa izbrali strateškega partnerja in inicialna izkušnja je pravzaprav odlična. Dejansko s tem zagotavljamo učinkovit nujni odziv in povečujemo našo odzivnost na pereče humanitarne krize. Ostajam zmerni optimist in tudi, ko gre za človeške potenciale našega ministrstva, je prav, da ostanemo realisti in verjamem, da se bo po precej kolosalni nalogi predsedovanja svetu EU tudi zapolnjenost in ukvarjanje z vprašanji tekoče problematike mednarodnega razvojnega sodelovanja in humanitarne pomoči še izdatneje naslavljalo. Hvala lepa.
Najlepša hvala vsem panelistom. Če čisto na kratko samo povzamem, torej danes smo slišali pravzaprav, da je eden izmed pomembnih vidikov vsekakor ozaveščanje javnosti, krepitev širjenja in delitve dobrih praks. Ne smemo pozabiti tudi na krepitev resursov, jasne strategije in pa predvsem, da so rezultati pomembni in morajo biti jasno zastavljeni in tudi uresničeni. Vsekakor pa se strinjam, ne smemo biti preveč pesimistični. Upajmo, da vseeno uspemo najti skupen jezik, da po takšnih razpravah ne bomo samo se pozdravili na eni kavi, ampak dejansko tudi stopili skupaj in naredili potrebne korake v smeri izboljšav. Na tem mestu se vsem skupaj zahvaljujem. Zahvaljujem se tudi udeležencem na Zoomu in pa vsem prisotnim. Hvala.
Najlepša hvala tudi moderatorki za tole izpeljano nalogo, ki nam je zadala kar nekaj dodatnih premislekov in pa tudi nalog. Jaz bi se tudi v imenu platforme Sloga pravzaprav zahvalil vsem, ki smo danes sodelovali v tej konferenci. Seveda bi se zahvalil tudi našemu sekretariatu, ki je vse to pripravil, oblikoval, naredil, vsem, ki ste sodelovali s tem, pa bom kar po imenih Marjanu, Mihi, Mateji, Romani, Patriciji in Maruši. Skratka, vsem, tudi zaradi tega, ker je tako pomembno, ne, ker nas je relativno malo, ne, mislim, da se na tem področju vsi poznamo, ne. Dobesedno. Če pa ne, pa ni z našega področja, so mi rekli. To je namreč argument jedrskih strokovnjakov, ne. Če nisi, ne moreš govoriti o jedrski energiji, če nisi jedrski strokovnjak, ne. Ampak šalo na stran, gotovo, vsaj jaz sem se veliko naučil danes ponovno in to je, da dejansko se advokacy dela, se zagovorništvo dela tudi z političnimi odločevalci. In to je gotovo veliko sporočilo. Če želimo dvigniti razvojno sodelovanje Republike Slovenije na naslednji nivo. In zdaj seveda kot platforma Sloga, ki si za to zahtevamo, seveda se k temu lahko tudi zavežemo in smo zavezani k temu, da to naredimo. Jaz bi seveda vas vse sedaj še lepo prosil pa povabil, da nadaljujemo z neformalnim delom pogovora zunaj, s tem namenom, da vidimo, na kak način bi pa seveda lahko se tega polotili ali pa tudi, da si podelimo za kakšno drugo bolečino, ki jo lažje povemo v neformalnem okolju kot v formalnem. I would also like to thank to everybody who is still following us on Zoom, and I'm wishing all of us all the best in the next days. I would also like to thank European Commission, Ministry of Public Administration, Ministry of Foreign Affairs for financing the European Union presidency project that made all that event possible. So have a nice, safe trip back home. Vsem seveda srečna pot domov, tudi po neformalnem delu. Sedaj pa bi s tem formalno zaključil današnjo srečanje. Hvala lepa.